Chapter 168. Dongru the Great. The peerless virtual king of the foreign tribe was a terrifying quasi-supreme who had dominated the universe for thousands of years. Although he had fallen in the end, the one who had killed him was a true divine king. Once the Dongru Supreme technique was used, there were only a handful of people in the virtual king who could kill him. In addition to his powerful ability to escape, it was the final existence of the foreign tribe, the peerless divine king, who had finally been able to kill him completely. His strength was enough to make him a famous overlord among origin kings. Naturally, Li Tianlai, who had obtained his orthodoxy, had also inherited his unparalleled strength. The Dongru clone was the starting power of the Dongru the Great's cultivation technique. This was completely different from the martial path clone because this clone did not have any increase in power. Their existence was a kind of spiritual support that was reflected after the psychic used a special technique. However, for Li Tianlai, who was at the demigod level, this Dongru clone was the most powerful. This was because he could only use the subsequent cultivation techniques after using the Dongru clone. The moment the Dongru clone descended, the attack had already arrived. Dongru descends, the emperor is unparalleled. In the face of this powerful attack, Li Tianlai's spiritual power was activated to the extreme, and a terrifying power was mobilized. Lu Feng knew that this was the power of the technique, the power that belonged to the psychic. The sky is round, and the earth is round. The confinement technique had the sky as a circle and the earth as a square. The sky covered the earth, and the earth was trapped. In the Dongru Supreme technique, the confinement technique had already appeared. Space was mobilized, and a mysterious power descended in the entire void. It was an illusory existence. Lu Feng knew that this was the power of the laws that came when Li Tianlai used the Dongru Supreme technique. In an instant, there was a feeling of collision, and the whole world shook. However, the strange thing was that there was only the shaking of the world, but no power flowed out. Lu Feng knew that this was the effect of Li Tianlai's cultivation method. After all, this was a city that belonged to the Federal University. Li Tianlai definitely couldn't accept it being damaged. Therefore, his first choice was to use the power of imprisonment. Lu Feng stood in place, his expression extremely solemn. His essence, energy, and spirit had been pushed to the limit. Such a battle was not something he could participate in. Even the slightest bit of their power was enough to kill him 1,000,000,000,000 times over. Therefore, he could only stay within the protection set up by Li Tianlai and wait for everything to end. However, Lu Feng was only a little serious. He didn't panic much. As someone who had entered the Tao, Lu Feng was a true top-notch existence. He also had his own considerations. This was Heaven City, and Dao Song Tian was in the nearby Federal University. With his existence, if he wanted to descend, he didn't even need to think about it. After all, Dao Song Tian was a true supreme overlord that far surpassed God. The only thing that made Lu Feng puzzled was that at this time, why didn't those mighty overlords from the Federal University descend? After all, this fluctuation was already strong enough. As an existence that surpassed God, there was no reason for them not to sense it. Just as Lu Feng finished thinking, a mysterious will appeared. Challenging the dignity of my Federal University, are you looking for death? A vague voice sounded. It wasn't loud, but it appeared in everyone's ears, making their souls tremble. At this moment, no matter if it was Yu Fengyu who was crazily killing, or Li Tianlai who was trying his best to defend, all of their movements stopped under this voice. They were completely bound by the will of this voice, and they didn't have the slightest strength to move. Lu Feng relaxed and smiled. He knew that the true powerhouses of the Federal University, existences at the level of God, had finally descended. All of the strange phenomena disappeared in an instant. Li Tianlai withdrew all of his power and stood in place respectfully. At the same time, Yu Fengyu slowly descended from the void unwillingly. He didn't want to let go, but he had to let go. Although at this moment he was a demigod tier 3 deified, compared to a true god, he was still far too weak. Therefore, although he was unwilling, Yu Fongyu had to give up any resistance. He stood in place while being bound ferociously. In the next moment, that mysterious will appeared again. At this moment, it enveloped the entire garden. In a trance, Lu Feng felt that the void that was torn by the confrontation between the two was instantly repaired, and the violent space storm also calmed down. Except for this mottled field, everything was the same as before. Finally, after everything calmed down, a figure slowly appeared in the field. He walked gently from the supreme sky, without the slightest trace of smoke and fire. He was like a nine heavens supreme, descending from the mythical world of immortals to the mortal world. One step, it was really just one step. From the distant void to the platform, where everyone was standing, the god of the Federal University arrived with just one step. Standing on the platform, everything was completely shrunk, as if the person in front of him was the most ordinary person. This was a young figure. But Lu Feng understood that this deity powerhouse's age was absolutely incomparably terrifying. After he became a god, he could change a certain amount of time and return himself to youth. Standing in the middle of everyone, the god powerhouse didn't speak, but Li Tianlai first bowed respectfully and said, "Teacher, it's my fault for letting you descend." This person was really a teacher from the Federal University. However, Lu Feng didn't know how many generations ago this teacher was. After hearing Li Tianlai's words, the god powerhouse from the Federal University waved his arm gently and turned his gaze to Yu Fongyu, whose face was twisted with fear. This teacher spoke for the first time. "The bloodline of the Yu clan. I just don't know if your Yu clan is going to start a war with the Federal University." After hearing this, Yu Fongyu, whose face was filled with anger and madness, instantly changed into only one expression, which was endless fear. Before he could speak, the middle-aged martial artist holding the Yu clan's token spoke first. His face was also trembling with fear. "Respected powerhouse, it's not like this. Everything is not like this. Start a war with the Federal University? What a huge joke." Once the war started, the consequences of the war between the two sides were absolutely not something they could bear, let alone the outcome of the war. Even the number one genius of the Yu clan, West Earth Emperor Rong, absolutely couldn't bear the consequences of starting such a war. The god from the Federal University didn't speak. He just looked coldly at Yu Fongyu, as if waiting for him to speak. In front of the majesty of a god, everything was like an ant. In the end, Yu Fongyu lowered his head. He could only tremble as he stood there, unable to say anything. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng knew that Yu Fongyu had submitted. Looking at Yu Fongyu, who had already submitted, the god from the Federal University snorted coldly. However, this snort was like a flash flood in Yu Fengyu's ears, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. With the help of the ancestors, he had temporarily entered the third level of the demigod realm. This was a cultivation base that he could definitely be proud of. In terms of realm, he could even be compared to the current top geniuses of the Yu clan. However, everything seemed so fragile in front of the god's will. He spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. His body seemed to have collapsed as he crawled on the ground. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. This snore had actually caused Yu Fongyu to suffer an unimaginable injury. However, after this snort, the god from the Federal University didn't make any more moves. After all, in his eyes, this was just a fight between the younger generation. If the Federal University wasn't in danger, if one of the main characters wasn't Li Tianlai, and if Dao Song Tian didn't ask him to make a move, he wouldn't have appeared. He turned around and calmly walked to the side of the middle-level perfect stage martial artist. With a gentle wave of his hand, he directly took the medal that symbolized the Yu clan's insignia from the martial artist's hand. In the next moment, a terrifyingly huge amount of mental energy gushed out and instantly invaded the crystal. This was an irresistible power that made people tremble in despair. At this moment, the four people finally knew the occupation of the god from the Federal University. A god-tier master. This was actually a god-tier master who became a god from a psychic master. Thinking of this, everyone's face turned pale. A god-tier master. Although they were only at the level of an ordinary god, Their strength wasn't something that an ordinary god-tier master could compare to. To fight against such a god-tier master, one would need to be at least a true god-tier master. The huge spiritual power filled the entire metal to an extreme degree. This piece of metal flickered with an infinite glow, as if it was a star that had fallen into the mortal world. Even the endless darkness couldn't cover its brilliance. This phenomenon lasted for a long time. Finally, the god-tier master from the Federal University suddenly spoke. "You! How long are you going to hide? I've already discovered you." Hearing this, everyone was filled with endless doubts. They didn't know who the god-tier master was talking to. However, there was still one person whose expression didn't change. That was the martial artist who held the medal. His expression changed slightly, but it quickly turned into a bitter smile. He stood on the spot and bowed his head respectfully. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that the will left behind by the ancestor in the Yu-Yo clan's keepsake had been discovered. After waiting for a long time, there were still no changes to the medal. At this moment, the god-tier master from the Federal University seemed to have gotten tired of it. His eyes began to turn chaotic. A strange and terrifying change appeared, causing the entire space to be peeled away. Chapter 169. Looking at the medal, God-tier did not do anything. Instead, he said slowly, "Li Tianlai is the principal's disciple. Although he's not a direct disciple, his importance cannot be doubted. He's one of the future hopes of the Federal University. If anything happens to him in the future, the Federal University will never let this matter rest. We might even," after a slight pause, the god-tier master uttered a sentence that caused the medal to tremble slightly. "We'll even go to war with your Yu-Yo clan." After saying that, god-tier tossed the medal aside casually. Then, he slowly faded away before everyone's eyes. In the end, he gradually disappeared. What does the desolate ancestor mean? Is a single Li Tianlai really that important? A voice slowly rang out from a majestic palace. It drifted through the air indifferently, like the voice of an immortal descending from the heavens. However, not a single figure appeared in this spacious and majestic hall. There was a moment of silence. After a long while, another figure slowly spoke up. The Dongru Emperor, the ancestor of the Dylan clan in the past. Back then, he had almost reached the 6th realm of the virtual king. Even in the age when the divine king manifested, he was a terrifying existence that reigned supreme in the universe. Although the Dongru Emperor was not a psyche master, his cultivation method and legacy could still be used as a reference. Li Tianlai might not be able to reach the Void Emperor realm after obtaining the Dongru Emperor's legacy, but it's still possible for him to reach the Heavenly Master realm. A Heavenly Master. Even the weakest Heavenly Master is an existence that can rival a third-layer Virtual King's primordial realm expert. I think it's very possible for the Federal University to get angry over someone like that. A third-layer Virtual King was an absolute ruler in the universe. It was worth it for the Federal University to get angry over someone like that. But I just feel like it's not that simple. After all, Li Tianlai only has potential. Although there aren't many existences like him in the Federal University's time realm, there's still some. As for other people, why don't I see someone as extreme as Dao Songtian? Someone who could represent the Federal University to make such a final decision was definitely not something a god-tier master could make. All of this must have been ordered by the supreme ruler of the universe, Dao Songtian. It doesn't matter. The Federal University being strong is also endlessly beneficial to us. After all, we are all part of the human race, and there is no big conflict between our clan and the Federal University. Since that's the case, let's settle things here. When the last sentence was said, all the voices disappeared. The entire hall fell into an endless silence once again. There was no one else who could communicate with them anymore. Li Tianlai looked at the sluggish Yu-Yo Fangyu without any expression. He had seen more than one existence like that in his life. With his identity as Li Tianlai, it was impossible for him to lower himself to the same level as someone like that. Since he had already received the punishment he deserved, Li Tianlai naturally wouldn't lower himself to say anything. Looking at Lu Feng beside him, Li Tianlai said, "Lu Feng, I'm sorry this time. I'll treat you to something else tonight." Hearing that, Lu Feng only smiled and nodded gently. Then he turned around and jumped down gently. Although Li Tianlai had used a supreme technique to control the battle between the two of them, the aftermath was still too terrifying. The entire top floor of the garden had been completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. As a result, the stairway to heaven had disappeared as well. Fortunately, apart from being a psyche master, Lu Feng was also a martial saint. It was just the height of a few floors. For him, who had become a martial saint, it was nothing. Seeing Lu Feng's disappearing figure, Li Tianlai sighed softly. He knew that it wasn't because of Li Tianlai that the God Master from the Federal University said those words this time. After all, there were many geniuses like him who had received inheritances in the Federal University's secret realm. The reason for all of this was Lu Feng. Only such a genius could make Dao Songtian let go of everything. Smiling faintly, Li Tianlai muttered to himself, "Junior brother, this time your senior brother has become your shield." After saying this, countless runes suddenly appeared around Li Tianlai. Then, just like that, he disappeared from the top floor. In the following period of time, Li Tianlai brought Lu Feng to many places. Although Li Tianlai didn't say anything, Lu Feng could feel Li Tianlai's apology. After all, Dao Songtian had asked Li Tianlai to take care of him for a few days. However, encountering such a thing as soon as he came out definitely made Li Tianlai feel embarrassed. Therefore, Li Tianlai did his best to repair it. Of course, Lu Feng really didn't care about this. After all, no one wanted to encounter such a thing. Very quickly, 3 days passed. On this day, Dao Songtian contacted Lu Feng. After 3 days, Lu Feng returned to the headquarters again. "Junior brother, I'm sorry about what happened that day. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make it up to you." Li Tianlai stood in front of the space-time transformation array and said to Lu Feng apologetically. Hearing this, Lu Feng just smiled and shook his head. He didn't explain anything, because all of this wasn't a big deal to begin with. Sensing Dao Songtian's call in the array, Lu Feng didn't stay any longer. After saying a few words to Li Tianlai, he finally entered the array. Standing in that fairyland-like pure land, Lu Feng was still quiet. And in front of him, Dao Songtian had already appeared. Looking at Lu Feng, Dao Songtian's expression was incomparably calm. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Lu Feng, 3 days have passed. I think you should have rested enough." Lu Feng nodded gently and replied, "There's no problem, teacher." Actually, for Lu Feng Lai, it was fine even if he didn't rest these few days. After all, he was now able to manifest his soul. Therefore, the knowledge imparted by Dao Songtian during those few days was nothing to Lu Feng Lai. Dao Songtian nodded gently. He didn't say anything else. Once again, he began to impart some knowledge and essence about being a psychic. Just like that, 3 days passed again. On the 4th day, Dao Songtian didn't continue to explain anything to Lu Feng. Instead, he looked at Lu Feng with a serious expression and asked, "Lu Feng, I feel that you're only a thin layer away from breaking through. It's the same as when you first entered this place. You've already understood the knowledge I imparted to you these few days. Then try to break through today. After all, only a high-level psychic can guarantee that you'll be able to enter the General Academy in a few months." In addition to the explanations from a few days ago, Li Tianlai had already imparted 10 days' worth of knowledge to Lu Feng. If it were other teachers or students, 10 days really wouldn't be much. Even if they imparted knowledge day and night, it wouldn't be much. However, these two people weren't ordinary people after all. In these 10 days, what Dao Songtian imparted to Lu Feng was the true essence of knowledge. It could be said that this included almost all the knowledge of a psychic from beginner to advanced. In fact, it was also related to law. And Lu Feng's comprehension made Li Tianlai extremely happy. From some of Lu Feng's questions, he understood that Lu Feng should have understood most of the knowledge he imparted to him. This kind of accumulation was already enough to be called rich and terrifying. Therefore, on this day, Dao Songtian didn't impart other miscellaneous knowledge to Lu Feng. Instead, he wanted him to break through. From Dao Songtian's point of view, Lu Fenglai was already at his peak state and seemed to be only a thin layer away from breaking through. Relying on the accumulation of knowledge these few days, Lu Feng wanted to break through should be a matter of course. Unfortunately, although his idea was good, reality didn't go according to his plan. Lu Feng was walking the path of a psychic, but his breakthrough was completely different from those real psychic. If Lu Feng wanted to break through, it was extremely easy because he only needed to understand the states recorded in the origin scripture. As long as he reached the level of small success and great success, then he could completely ignore those small barriers that were more difficult for a psychic. He could rely on the power of the elixir to complete the breakthrough in the shortest time possible. However, if Lu Feng wanted to break through, it would be extremely difficult. This was because the realm of the origin scripture, regardless of whether it was small success or great success, was countless times more complicated than the advancement of a psychic. Just like now, relying on Lu Feng's comprehension and accumulation, it was already a matter of course for him to advance from an intermediate psychic to an advanced psychic. If he hadn't cultivated the origin scripture, then perhaps he would have already broken through in these few days. However, because he hadn't entered the small success of the soul amalgamation realm, Lu Feng was still stuck at the threshold and couldn't take that final step no matter how terrifying his accumulation was. After Dao Songtian finished speaking, he stood quietly on the spot and looked hopefully at Lu Feng. However, for a long time, Lu Feng didn't make the slightest move. He didn't know that Lu Feng was currently in an extremely contradictory state. My talent development quotient is 2, which is the strongest talent in history. If I give up the origin scripture, then with Dao Songtian's guidance, my future cultivation will be incomparably smooth. At the very least, I shouldn't have any problems before I become a Void Emperor. Or, giving up the origin scripture is actually the right choice for me. Chapter 170. Lu Feng hesitated, but after a while, he seemed to have thought of something. No, I can't give up on the Origin Sutra. It appeared together with the Great Devil True Body. The reason why I have such an abnormal development quotient and terrifying comprehension ability is because of the Origin Sutra, whether it was the opening of the God's domain or the two. For talent development quotient, it was all because of the Origin Sutra. If I give it up, something unexpected will happen in the future. Moreover, the Primordial Sutra and the Great Devil True Body must be related. At least, the strange power that appeared in the God's domain is proof. Maybe my cultivation speed will be slower now, but once I reach the realm of the strong, the benefits will be obvious. Now, I can achieve an overall increase of 2 times at a low level. If I cultivate to a very high level, the increase might even reach 2 times. At that time, even if I face someone 2 levels higher than me, I will be able to suppress them perfectly. I can't give up everything just because of a temporary increase in cultivation speed. The peak. My future is not to become a strong person, but to become the king of the strong. To become the king of the strong. To become the king at the peak of everything. Everything, only the ultimate strength, is truly eternal. Everything else is fleeting. So what if I obtain the title of a heaven-defying genius? If I can't reach the peak, I will be annihilated in the long river of time and become a nameless member of the masses. This is not the path that I, Lu Feng, want to walk. Finally, as if he had connected something, Lu Feng sighed softly. He knew that he had chosen the right path from the beginning. If it wasn't for the Origin Sutra, Lu Feng wouldn't have such an abnormal psychic talent. Maybe he could reach the realm of the Divine King, but he definitely wouldn't have such an abnormal talent as a psychic. Therefore, he couldn't give up on the Origin Sutra. Even if his cultivation speed slowed down, he couldn't give up on the so-called genius title. After thinking through everything, Lu Feng's face finally bloomed with a relieved smile. He looked up at Dao Songtian and said, "Teacher, I'm not in a hurry to break through because I feel that it's not time yet." Upon hearing this, Dao Songtian was slightly taken aback. He was a peak-level celestial master, a terrifying existence that was only one step away from the virtual king. On the path of a psychic master, he was at the forefront of the entire Federation and even the entire galaxy. Since he sensed that Lu Feng had arrived, he should have arrived as well. However, Lu Feng said that it was not the right time. Wasn't this the same as denying him? However, Dao Songtian was not angry because he knew that Lu Feng had his own ideas. Although he was countless times stronger than Lu Fenglai, in terms of realm, he was on par with Lu Feng. That was because they were all cultivators who had entered the Dao. The only difference was that they had gone a little further. Since Lu Feng said that it was not the right time, then perhaps he really had misjudged. It really was not the right time. Lu Feng saw that Dao Songtian did not reveal any strange expressions and was slightly relieved. He was really worried that his words would make Dao Songtian unhappy. After all, Dao Songtian was a true peak-level overlord. It was already very rude of him to deny it like this. However, upon seeing Dao Songtian's reaction, Lu Feng knew that he was being too careful. After all, apart from being a universe overlord, Dao Songtian was also a teacher with countless disciples. As a teacher, he naturally had to be broad-minded. After hesitating for a while, Lu Feng saw that Dao Songtian did not seem angry at all and finally asked the question that he really wanted to know. Teacher, I wonder if you can explain to me about the materialization of mind power. This was what Lu Feng wanted to ask the most. It was also the main purpose of Lu Feng's trip, because this was directly related to Lu Feng's breakthrough. Actually, Lu Feng had already understood a little over the past few days. In the first stage, the Nurture God realm, the spirit referred to the soul. The Nurture God realm was actually to produce a soul and let the soul manifest. This point could be seen from the fact that he had immediately entered the Nurture God realm after condensing and manifesting his soul. In the second stage, the Fusion God realm, the spirit should also refer to the soul. In terms of cultivation, the Primordial Sutra and the path of a psychic master had a lot in common. When a psychic master cultivated to become a psychic master, he could manifest his soul. After manifesting his soul, the next step for a psychic master was not to continue cultivating to increase his realm, but to materialize his mind power. Therefore, the second stage of the Primordial Sutra, the Fusion God realm, should also be related to the materialization of mind power. The Fusion God realm should be to integrate power into the soul. For a psychic master, the materialization of mind power could only be achieved through the manifestation of the soul. Therefore, the Fusion God realm should be the same. Lu Feng understood that as long as mind power was integrated into the soul and transformed into soul power, the Fusion God realm should be complete. Therefore, he urgently wanted to know more about the materialization of mind power at the moment. However, when he heard Lu Feng's inquiry, Dao Songtian, who had always been straightforward, fell silent. After a while, he frowned slightly. He looked at Lu Feng and hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, Lu Feng, your innate talent is indeed incomparably terrifying. Your comprehension ability is also the best I have ever seen in my life. However, you should not bite off more than you can chew. Although you are a person who has entered the Dao and is already at the true peak of the realm, your cultivation level is still too low. Although you don't have to follow the normal steps, you can't take too big of stride. Doing so would not benefit you in any way. When he heard this, Lu Feng fell silent. He knew what Dao Songtian meant. If he was just an ordinary psychic cultivator, then he would be biting off more than he could chew when he was only at the intermediate psychic level. Thinking about something that only a great psychic master or a genius psychic master could achieve would be a bit too ambitious. However, Lu Feng was different. He had already manifested his soul. The next step was to achieve it. Moreover, as long as he could not achieve this, then he was afraid that he would really be unable to break through. Therefore, Lu Feng had too many reasons to do so. After a while, Lu Feng looked at Dao Songtian and continued, Teacher, I also agree with what you said. However, my situation is different from what you think. The materialization of mind power, is not too ambitious for me. While he was hesitating, Lu Feng had already thought it through. He was a monster with a talent development quotient of 2. 4. He was the first genius in history. Therefore, being a little different from ordinary people was not a big deal. This should be considered as the exclusive property of geniuses. Therefore, Lu Feng had already decided to reveal some of his secrets. When he heard Lu Feng's words, Dao Songtian's eyebrows furrowed even more tightly. At the moment, he only treated Lu Feng's words as a form of stubbornness. However, Dao Songtian did not say it out loud. This was because he saw that Lu Feng still had something to say. After all, Lu Feng was still too important in his eyes. Actually, teacher, I have already come into contact with the level of the soul. Moreover, I've already manifested an independent soul. At this moment, Dao Songtian's gaze froze slightly. Although it was only for a moment, Lu Feng still felt Dao Songtian's slight shock. Dao Songtian looked at Lu Feng quietly and did not immediately speak. Indeed, just as Lu Feng had thought, Dao Songtian was really a little shocked at the moment. The first part of Lu Feng's sentence was nothing special. Being able to come into contact with the level of the soul at the intermediate level of a psychic. For ordinary geniuses, even if they were exceptional geniuses at the level of the Federation, this was already shocking enough. However, Lu Feng was different. He was an extreme freak. Being able to come into contact with the soul was not bad, but in Dao Songtian's eyes, it was only not bad. However, Lu Feng's last sentence shocked him. After a moment of silence, Dao Songtian finally spoke. However, there was still some doubt in his tone. Lu Feng, you said that you can already manifest your soul? You can already manifest your own soul in your own spiritual sea. Lu Feng did not hesitate and nodded his head firmly. Seeing this, Dao Songtian's eyes shone with a dazzling light. Lu Feng could feel the shock and surprise in his gaze. He knew that Dao Songtian believed in him. Good, good, good. No wonder you're the most talented extreme freak in psychic history. The 3 words were each louder than the last. This was enough to show Dao Songtian's surprise. He looked at Lu Feng with increasing satisfaction. In that case, it's no big deal for you to want to come into contact with the materialization of your spiritual power. Since you want to know, what's the point of telling you? Given Lu Feng's status and level as a Taoist, he naturally would not lie about such a question. Therefore, when Lu Feng admitted it, Dao Songtian already believed Lu Feng. Since that was the case, why should he hold back? His expression was solemn. Seeing this, Lu Feng knew that Dao Songtian had decided to start explaining to him. Lu Feng, do you know why the most basic condition for the materialization of one's spiritual power is to manifest an independent soul? Lu Feng thought for a moment. He thought of many possibilities, but he felt that none of them were correct. After a while, Lu Feng shook his head gently. Seeing this, Dao Songtian did not keep him in suspense. He smiled slightly and continued. That's because to materialize one's spiritual power and manifest it externally, one has to use the soul as a medium. Before becoming a great psychic master, due to the problem of level and the weakness of one's spiritual power, all the accumulated spiritual power of a psychic master is stored in the sea of consciousness. It is also because of this that before becoming an advanced psychic master, a psychic master has no combat power at all. Even after becoming an advanced psychic master, one can only use a few of the simplest powers and techniques. Their power cannot even compare to that of a beginner warrior. Chapter 171. However, everything will change from the moment you become a psychic master. Once you become a psychic master, you'll be able to condense your own soul in your sea of consciousness. You'll be able to make your soul an independent entity that can manifest itself. At that time, your mind power will also be strong enough. Therefore, psychic masters will start to become strong at this time. Of course, the most fundamental reason for becoming strong is the materialization of your mind power. Lu Feng actually understood all of this. However, he knew Dao Songtian's habit. Before he really explained, he was used to explaining everything clearly. He would start from the basics, and go deeper. That way, the students would be able to understand better. Hearing this, Lu Feng's mind power was raised to the highest level. Xin Yuan also started to revolve vigorously. He knew that Dao Songtian was about to get to the main topic. The materialization of mind power can be said to be simple, but can also be said to be difficult. What it needs is to use your manifested soul as a medium to release the mind power in your sea of consciousness. Once the mind power is released, it'll be materialization of mind power. Lu Feng nodded gently. The materialization of mind power was not like Li Tianlai and Dao Songtian back then, which was to transform mind power into something real. This was just a general term. As long as mind power could leave the body and appear in reality, it would be the real materialization of mind power. Before the soul really leaves the body, it always exists in the sea of consciousness. However, once the soul is condensed and can manifest, it can achieve an extremely short period of fusion of the body and soul. At this point, Dao Songtian stopped. This was because he realized that Lu Feng was in a state of deep thought at the moment. To Dao Songtian, time was nothing. He had enough time to wait for Lu Feng to figure everything out. This wait did not take long. Because of Xin Yuan, Lu Feng's comprehension was extremely terrifying. After a short period of time, Lu Feng had already figured everything out. He looked at Dao Songtian and told him his thoughts. Teacher, the short fusion you mentioned is at the moment when the soul manifests in the sea of consciousness and the soul completely returns to the physical body. Seeing that Lu Feng had figured everything out so quickly, Dao Songtian revealed a satisfied smile and nodded gently. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Feng knew that he was right. At this moment, many thoughts surfaced in his mind, and many questions were instantly answered. Lu Feng looked at Dao Songtian with a look of enlightenment in his eyes. He didn't stop and continued. Teacher, what you mean is that once the soul manifests independently, it can absorb the mind power in the sea of consciousness and store it in the soul. And this is the reason why you said that the soul is the medium. And at the moment when the soul appears and disappears, it can allow the soul and the physical body to fuse for a short time. At that time, the spiritual power carried by the soul could be transmitted to the physical body. In that case, he would be able to materialize his mental strength. Isn't that right, teacher? Lu Feng looked at Dao Songtian with a burning gaze, and Dao Songtian nodded without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng's eyes shone with incomparable excitement. After Dao Songtian's confirmation, all the mysteries in Lu Feng's heart regarding the amalgamation god realm were suddenly cleared up. At this moment, he finally understood what the amalgamation god realm meant. The amalgamation god realm is actually the same as the materialization of a psyche master's mental strength. Thinking about it, as long as one can fuse their mental strength into an independent soul, then it should be the initial stage of the amalgamation god realm. Amalgamation god realm. Amalgamation god realm. This initial stage of amalgamation is just like that. At the same time, a short fusion is simply unable to support a long-term output. After all, there are too many limitations in the output of mental strength, and the amount of mental strength that can be carried each time is too little and too limited. Therefore, this requires the completion stage of the amalgamation god realm. According to the primordial scripture, after the completion stage of the second stage of the amalgamation god realm, one can use the supreme immortal techniques recorded in the scripture. Although these immortal techniques are of the lowest level, they are still immortal techniques. If one wants to use them, relying on the mental strength brought by the short fusion is simply not enough. What is needed is a large amount of mental strength. How to produce a large amount of mental strength is simply not possible with the short fusion of the soul and the physical body. Therefore, the second fusion of the completion stage of the amalgamation god realm is the fusion of the soul and the physical body. Only when the physical body and soul fuse can the sea of consciousness, which is also the power of my divine plane, be transferred to the physical body the moment it is absorbed by the soul. Only then can I save the time in between and allow the mind power to be released perfectly. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood the true meaning of the amalgamation God realm. Moreover, this time's enlightenment allowed him to completely understand the problem of the completion stage of the amalgamation God realm. Excitement, incomparable excitement. Lu Feng knew that if he had some time and relied on the cultivation method of the second stage of the amalgamation God realm in the primordial scripture, he would be able to raise his realm to the level of a psyche grandmaster in a very short time. At that time, relying on the medicinal pills that he had saved up, it would not take long for him to directly enter the pinnacle of the psyche grandmaster realm. Moreover, the benefits of comprehending the amalgamation God realm for Lu Fenglai were not only that he would be able to enter the psyche grandmaster realm, but more importantly, he would be able to extract the strange power of the god's origin and use it to increase his combat strength in the real world. At that time, in the real world, he would be able to increase his overall combat strength by 2 times. Lu Feng took countless deep breaths. The current him was really too excited. He knew that what was about to happen next was the beginning of another transformation. As long as he entered the initial stage of the amalgamation God realm, his combat strength would increase tremendously. Even if he could not use any immortal techniques at that time, by relying on the support of the strange power of the god's origin, Lu Feng would be able to increase his combat strength by a level. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Dao Songtian knew that Lu Feng had completely understood. He laughed softly, waking Lu Feng from his reverie. Dao Songtian said, "Since you have understood the principle, the next method of fusion will be much simpler." Then, Dao Songtian began to explain to Lu Feng the method of fusing mind power into the soul body. This was also what Lu Feng cared about the most. After all, understanding was one thing. If he did not have the method, he would still be unable to advance. The primordial scripture had the cultivation method, but before understanding the principle, Lu Feng would not be able to cultivate at all. This was also the strange part of the primordial scripture. Every level had its own cultivation method. However, without understanding the true meaning of every level, these cultivation methods would be useless. At that moment, Lu Feng had already cast aside all other thoughts in his mind and listened wholeheartedly to Dao Songtian's explanation of the cultivation method. Lu Feng gradually understood the cultivation method recorded in the primordial scripture. Previously, he had not understood the cultivation method at all. However, after listening to Dao Songtian's explanation, Lu Feng began to understand. He knew that although the cultivation method Dao Songtian had given him was the best, there was still a big gap between it and the cultivation method recorded in the primordial scripture. What he needed to do now was to verify with each other so that he would no longer have any doubts about the cultivation method of the primordial scripture. Time passed very quickly. Dao Songtian spoke very quickly, and Lu Feng did not have to learn it. He just needed to verify it. Therefore, he did not encounter any areas that he did not understand. After about an hour, Lu Feng finally understood what was going on. At the moment, he could not wait to try it out. Dao Songtian could also understand Lu Feng's attitude. After all, the materialization of mind meant that a telekinesis master would finally start to possess great power. This was the basic condition for a telekinesis master to become a powerhouse. However, Lu Feng had already comprehended it before becoming a telekinesis master. This was undoubtedly a miracle. Dao Songtian also wanted to see Lu Feng create this miraculous feat. Lu Feng stood where he was and took a deep breath. He was extremely excited at the moment. Dao Songtian did not understand. Nobody could understand Lu Feng's feelings at the moment. In Dao Songtian's eyes, this attempt and this breakthrough was purely for the sake of completing a magnificent feat. As for the rest, it was just to allow Lu Feng to enter the realm of a powerhouse in advance. However, this was not the case for Lu Fenglai. This breakthrough was indeed the true starting point of his path to becoming a telekinesis master. However, it was also a possibility for him to break through and become a high-level telekinesis master. It was also a possibility for him to enter the second realm of the primordial scripture, the soul harmony realm. Furthermore, once he could materialize his mind power, this meant that Lu Feng would be qualified to comprehend the contents of the pill scripture. Lu Feng was confident that with the existence of the Shun Yuan, he would be able to comprehend the primordial scripture, which was most likely a supreme code that only existed in the immortal and devil era. Then, while it might be troublesome to comprehend the alchemy mantra, he would absolutely not fail. Once he comprehended the pill scripture, his future path would be extremely smooth. At that time, even if he did not have the support of any forces, Lu Feng would still be able to rely on himself to enjoy the splendor of heaven and earth. After taking another deep breath, Lu Feng finally calmed down completely. His gaze became extremely solemn and serious at this moment. Finally, under Dao Songtian's expectant gaze, Lu Feng slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, in the depths of Lu Feng's sea of consciousness, above the vast sacred land, the independent soul belonging to Lu Feng finally appeared. Chapter 172. Lu Feng sat cross-legged in the void as he looked at the boundlessly calm divine prairie star ocean below him. His hands formed an inexplicably profound and powerful hand seal. His entire body was slowly enveloped by a hazy intent. In an instant, the entire divine prairie star ocean started to ripple slightly. Then, the ripples grew bigger and bigger until they eventually turned into huge, rolling waves that reached the heavens. Lu Feng wasn't using the cultivation technique that Dao Songtian had given him. Although Lu Feng knew that the cultivation technique was definitely top-notch, Lu Fenglai, who had the Origin Sutra, said that the greatest use of the cultivation technique was to use it as a reference. It was to verify the cultivation technique recorded in the Origin Sutra's soul fusion realm. These hand seals were the cultivation technique recorded in the Origin Sutra from the second realm all the way to the small success soul fusion realm. Gradually, Lu Feng's arms started to move. The hand seals he had formed earlier were just to draw on the power within the divine prairie star ocean. Waiting for the monstrous waves to rise, all of the cultivation finally began. His hands kept forming all sorts of mysterious hand seals. These hand seals were extremely complicated, as if they were the incomplete parts of billions of array formations. They were formed and circled in the sky above the divine prairie star ocean before they started to combine continuously. The moment they combined, the entire divine prairie star ocean started to churn violently. Countless amounts of power were mobilized by the complicated hand seals and started to frantically surge into Lu Feng's body. However, this power still didn't enter Lu Feng's body. It seemed like it couldn't enter his spiritual body and could only wander around the periphery. When the concentration of this strange power reached its peak, Lu Feng's hand seals were formed at an extremely fast speed. The runes formed by the hand seals didn't disappear. Instead, they started to appear and almost became solid. In the end, they completely covered the surface of Lu Feng's body. At that moment, the extremely dense, strange power frantically surged into the runes that were close to Lu Feng. Slowly, this power actually passed through these runes and entered the spiritual body that Lu Feng had manifested. Power began to surge in crazily, constantly being generated. Finally, when his power reached its peak, Lu Feng opened his eyes. It was a pair of indescribable eyes. It was as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of time, as if it had existed for an endless period of time. A moment later, everything disappeared. Countless runes flickered around Lu Feng as he slowly stood up in the void. He could feel the power of this soul, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Slowly, Lu Feng opened his mouth and said, "My guess was right. The amalgamation God realm requires me to integrate all these energies into my soul." Glancing at these faintly appearing runes that were slowly fading away, Lu Feng nodded lightly. The second realm is the fusion god realm. I have already entered the realm of cultivation. If I'm not wrong, As long as I continue to cultivate and solidify these runes into my soul, I should be able to reach the small success stage. At that time, if I want to use this power, I won't need those countless complicated hand seals and tedious time. This is the sign of a small success stage in the amalgamation God realm. The runes around his body were already indiscernible and had finally disappeared completely. However, Lu Feng could still vaguely feel the remnants of these runes on his body. Alright, next I'll absorb some more energy and try to materialize my mind power for the first time in my life. As he thought of this, Lu Feng sat down once again and began to form the countless complicated hand seals again. This time, it took much longer than before. When Lu Feng finally reached the saturation point of his spiritual body, his eyes suddenly opened. This is the moment. His spiritual body instantly disappeared, and the remnant strange power on it scattered and fell back into the God's Plateau Star Ocean. However, compared to the power he had absorbed, the power that fell was still a little less. The moment Lu Feng disappeared, he didn't realize that his God's Plateau had changed colors. The boundless power disappeared and was replaced by a strange color. It was an indescribable existence, as if it was the most noble and ancient true essence between heaven and earth. When it appeared, it filled the entire God's Plateau. In an instant, it filled the entire spiritual consciousness. Dao Songtian's unchanging eyes finally showed a hint of nervousness as he watched Lu Feng, who was sitting cross-legged quietly. He stood quietly by Lu Feng's side, protecting him peacefully. There were some things that Dao Songtian hadn't told Lu Feng. The first materialization of one's spiritual power was extremely difficult and arduous. It wasn't just because it was the first time, but also because of his soul. The first materialization of mind power was actually the first fusion of the physical body and the soul. At that time, it was equivalent to the first time the soul appeared in the outside world. This first time was filled with countless mysteries. Once it appeared, the essence of the body's soul would be revealed. Dao Songtian knew from Li Tianlai that Lu Feng's soul was extremely powerful. However, he wasn't sure how powerful it was. Therefore, this time, Dao Songtian wanted to see how powerful Lu Feng's soul was. Lu Feng, who had been quietly cultivating, had already spent more than 5 hours on the spot. During these 5 hours, Dao Songtian hadn't moved at all. He had remained in his original state. Finally, when the 6th hour was about to end, a violent fluctuation appeared on Lu Feng's body. It was an indescribable fluctuation. He was obviously powerful, but the feeling he gave off was incomparably vague. Dao Songtian knew that this was a fluctuation of the soul. Lu Feng's soul was incomparably powerful, but because of the binding of his mortal body, it had always been hidden in the depths of his spiritual sea. At this moment, when his mortal body and soul fused together, its formidable strength would appear for the first time in the mortal world. Slowly, the fluctuation of his soul power produced by Lu Feng's body became stronger and stronger. It became more and more obvious. In the end, it even gave off an extremely clear feeling. When he sensed this phenomenon, Dao Songtian finally had a strange look in his eyes for the first time. What a powerful soul power. He is indeed the most talented person in the history of telekinesis. He is the only person who can break through that shackle. Such a terrifying soul fluctuation has already surpassed his own by 3 levels. Generally, the first awakening of soul was an extremely powerful force. This was the first appearance of soul, so it was also the most powerful fluctuation. When an ordinary telekinesis grandmaster's soul first awakened, the fluctuation produced belonged to a telekinesis grandmaster at most. Powerful geniuses could even reach the level of a spiritual telekinesis master. Those terrifying geniuses could even reach the pinnacle of a spiritual telekinesis master. The most powerful people recorded in history, such as the Su-Mi Celestial Emperor, the Supreme Emperor Celestial Emperor, and the Divine Glory Celestial Emperor, had even reached the level of a spiritual telekinesis master, just like Lu Feng today. However, The difference was that the first two celestial emperors had reached the intermediate level of a spiritual telekinesis master, while the divine glory celestial emperor had just reached the advanced level of a spiritual telekinesis master. In Dao Songtian's opinion, it was already very good that Lu Feng could be 3 levels higher than himself. After all, although there was a slight connection between a spiritual telekinesis master's aptitude and the soul, the connection wasn't that great. In addition, the 3 celestial emperors were already legends. Dao Songtian didn't expect Lu Feng to reach their level. However, Lu Feng's current performance already belonged to a spiritual telekinesis grandmaster. Compared to Lu Feng, who was an intermediate telekinesis master, this level was already 3 levels higher. Therefore, Dao Songtian was very gratified at this moment. After all, although the strength of the soul couldn't be compared to the talent development quotient, it was still indispensable in the later stages. However, Lu Feng doesn't seem to be complete yet. His soul hasn't completely merged with his physical body. Therefore, his limit shouldn't be so simple. Maybe he really can reach the level of the Su-Mi, Celestial Emperor, and the Supreme Emperor, Celestial Emperor. Thinking of this, Dao Songtian looked at Lu Feng with even more anticipation. Slowly, time continued to pass. At this time, Dao Songtian's expression gradually became extremely solemn. This was because Lu Feng had reached the intermediate level of a spiritual telekinesis grandmaster. This already belonged to the level of the Su-Mi, Celestial Emperor, and the Supreme Emperor, Celestial Emperor. However, Dao Songtian could feel that Lu Feng wasn't complete yet. His soul still hadn't completely merged. This also meant that the strength of Lu Feng's soul was very likely to reach the level of the number 1 person in history, the divine glory celestial emperor. How? How terrifying. Don't tell me that not only is he the number 1 person in terms of talent development, but even his soul is so strong that it's comparable to the existence at the peak of history? This kind of talent is too terrifying, too terrifying. Although Dao Songtian was happy, and could even be said to be excited, when he saw the appearance of such a monstrous talent, he couldn't help but feel a little reverence in his heart. Reverence, this was reverence. As the number 1 spiritual telekinesis master in the current era, no one else could understand what Lu Feng's current performance meant more than Dao Songtian. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. After a period of time, Dao Songtian revealed his first complete shock in the past few hundred years. He felt Lu Feng's terrifying aura and couldn't describe his current feelings. That was no longer a matter of excitement, because at this moment, Lu Feng's performance had made him lose all other emotions. At this moment, Dao Songtian was left with only shock, boundless shock. This was because the strength of Lu Feng's soul had actually reached the level of a spiritual telekinesis master. A spiritual telekinesis master was already in existence that surpassed him by 4 levels. Compared to the divine glory, Celestial Emperor, this was actually a level stronger. This was the first time he had heard of such an existence, and the first time he had seen it. Chapter 173. This is completely impossible. Could it be that even the beginner stage of spiritual psyche master isn't his limit? Dao Songtian could feel that Lu Feng had yet to reach his limit. He was actually still in the process of fusion. This meant that the beginner stage of spiritual psyche master wasn't Lu Feng's limit at all. Time slowly passed once again. 1 second was nothing to Dao Songtian. For such a strong person, 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years was just a snap of the fingers. However, at this moment, Dao Songtian felt that time was so long that every second seemed to pass in torment. He broke through. He really broke through. Wang's Psyche Master. He actually reached Wang's Psyche Master. That's 5 levels. He hasn't completely fused. He hasn't reached his limit yet. This is impossible. He surpassed himself by 5 levels. This is simply impossible. Back then, Shan Huang Celestial Emperor was only a little more than 3 levels. However, Lu Feng was already 5 levels higher. This extent had already exceeded the limits of Dao Songtian's imagination. He simply couldn't describe the shock in his heart at this moment. However, what shocked him the most was that Lu Feng was still not complete. His soul actually hadn't completely fused. Could it be because of his identity as a Taoist? Is this possible? Could it be because his bloodline is the legacy of a human king? However, a human king is a peerless martial artist. Yes, this must be the reason. He entered the Tao at a young age and has the greatest talent since ancient times. This must be the reason for all of this. This must be the reason. Dao Songtian kept finding excuses and reasons for himself. This was because he simply couldn't believe that the soul of an intermediate psyche master could be so unimaginably powerful. This was simply impossible for him. It was completely impossible. However, following this, Lu Feng broke through again. God, this is the divine soul. A miracle. How could he break through the limitations of the divine soul? The divine soul was something that could only be achieved by second-tier demigod cultivators who had undergone soul transformation. Unless one truly stepped into this realm, no one would be able to break through the restrictions of this realm. However, Lu Feng's breakthrough was shattered just like that. His current realm was only that of an intermediate psyche master, but his soul had already reached the divine soul realm when it first manifested. This was something that was simply unbelievable. Even though he, Dao Songtian, had lived for 700 years, experienced tens of thousands of years in the time realm, experienced the era of the Divine King, traveled to countless places in the universe, and saw countless creatures, he had never seen a breakthrough like Lu Feng. His soul still hadn't manifested. When Lu Feng's soul manifested for the first time, his strength fluctuations had already reached the boundary of divine soul. But he still wasn't complete. His soul was even more powerful. In an instant, the realm of the divine soul became a thing of the past. The next moment, something even more horrifying happened. The soul of a divine master has actually reached sacred master. He has already broken through to the sacred master realm. Heavenly master, even the heavenly master realm isn't his final destination. At this moment, Dao Songtian was no longer shocked. He just looked at Lu Feng quietly and sensed the shocking fluctuations. He could feel that Lu Feng's soul was still incomplete. His heart gradually calmed down. This was because he understood that Lu Feng was different from any other existence. Although his talent development quotient of 2 made him a #1 genius in history, Luo Yunyang's talent development quotient was different. However, Dao Songtian understood that those things couldn't fully express Lu Feng at this moment. He was too mysterious and incomprehensible. Gradually, Dao Songtian started to retreat slowly. Because at this moment, the spiritual pressure in Lu Feng's body was not complete. He had already become a Void Emperor. Since ancient times, the Void Emperor level had always been the highest realm of the Psyche Masters. Even the 3 most powerful celestial emperors had only reached the Void Emperor level. The most powerful celestial emperor, Shen Huang, had only reached the 9th heaven of the Void Emperor level. However, he was already the most powerful Psyche Master in history. Now, Lu Feng had reached the Void Emperor level, which was the realm that Dao Songtian desired the most. Dao Songtian took a deep breath as he looked at Lu Feng, who had yet to fully fuse with him. Although the first manifestation of the soul can't explain the Psyche Master's final achievements, it is definitely related to the Psyche Master's rapid achievements. The realm of the soul that appears during the first manifestation usually means that the main body will be able to reach this realm in an extremely short amount of time. There has never been an exception. However, I don't think it will be like this time. The majesty that Lu Feng was displaying now had reached the level of the Void Emperor level. According to this theory, wouldn't Lu Feng be able to reach the Void Emperor level or even higher in a very short time? Shaking his head gently, Dao Songtian understood that this was absolutely impossible. Psyche Masters were different from warriors. Their cultivation speed was extremely slow, even for genius Psyche Masters. Although Dao Songtian's talent development quotient was not as abnormal as Lu Feng's, it had also reached a level of 2. However, it had been 700 years since he had become a beginner's psyche master to his current realm. However, these 700 years had still not allowed him to reach the level of the Void Emperor. In addition to the acceleration of time in the realm of time, the time he had spent cultivating now was 10,000 years. These 10,000 years of experience made Dao Songtian understand that this was impossible. Dao Songtian understood the difficulty of a psyche master's cultivation. Therefore, he already understood that the most common rules were definitely not suitable for the boy in front of him. Finally, the pressure emanating from Lu Feng's body became more and more terrifying. This level was no longer something that Dao Songtian could understand and feel. Ever since Lu Feng had reached the level of the Void Emperor, it had already far exceeded the range of his perception. He could only feel that Lu Feng was becoming more and more terrifying. However, he could no longer imagine the specific level that Lu Feng had reached. Time continued to pass. That powerful pressure had already exceeded the limits of any imagination. At this moment, standing in his own inner world, Dao Songtian was the creator of life and the creator of the laws of evolution. However, even so, he actually felt himself trembling under Lu Feng's power, which had almost reached its peak. Dao Songtian took a deep breath and looked at Lu Feng, whose aura seemed to be reaching its peak. His gaze became extremely solemn at this moment. This is only the first pressure produced by his soul fusion. Logically speaking, even if he's at the level of the Void Emperor, he shouldn't make me feel this way. Moreover, I'm in my own inner world. In here, any kind of pressure is a joke to me. However, why do I feel my body trembling? Why is all of this happening? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? In an instant, Dao Songtian seemed to have thought of something. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes once again. Previously, he had thought that he wouldn't be shocked even if Lu Feng were to appear again. However, when he thought of that possibility, Dao Songtian was still shocked. That's right. This is the feeling. This is the limit of the Emperor and King virtual realm. This is the realm of life and death. The realm of life and death was the final realm of the virtual king virtual emperor. As long as this threshold was broken, one would become a king, an emperor. He has really reached it. His soul had actually reached the pinnacle of this level. Lu Feng, can he succeed? Dao Songtian was completely trembling. The shock in his eyes did not contain the trembling of fear, but a look of madness and extreme excitement. He had already thought of it. He understood that Lu Feng's aura had actually surpassed all the levels of the King and Emperor virtual realm. He had already reached the true peak of this realm. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to become a real emperor, ancient god emperor. Lu Feng, you must succeed. You must succeed. Although Dao Songtian understood that the universal laws did not apply to Lu Feng, he still couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Even if it was just for a moment, he still wanted to see the level of the Eternal Emperor. It was a realm that surpassed everything, a realm that had never appeared since ancient times, the God Emperor realm. Gradually, a hazy consciousness emerged from Lu Feng's soul. It was a consciousness that caused all things to wither away, heaven and earth to sink, and time to destroy. That was the shadow of death. Death realm. In another instant, the aura of life appeared in the consciousness of death, enveloping all existence, reviving all things, and making time repeat itself. Life realm. The final limit had finally arrived. Dao Songtian did not realize that at this moment, he had lost his usual indifference and had forgotten his identity. He was now a mortal waiting for the appearance of a miracle, waiting for the miracle that he had been looking forward to for countless years to appear. Vaguely, Dao Songtian felt an indescribable consciousness begin to appear slowly. It was incomparably noble, incomparably majestic. It was the King Dao, the Emperor Dao, and the sacred Dao that filled everything between heaven and earth. It was the Dao of the Emperor. In the entire inner world, all living things were inexplicably affected. They all woke up and looked in the same direction. This inner world, which was comparable to a super-life planet, had begun to tremble endlessly. However, this scene did not divert Dao Songtian's attention in the slightest. At this moment, he had forgotten everything. In his eyes, it did not matter even if the entire inner world collapsed. In his eyes, there was only anticipation for the appearance and birth of the miracle. Chapter 174. The last breath of life was gone. The most powerful emperor's aura had finally appeared. Lu Feng's body shook slightly, as though something had left his body and appeared in this inner world. It's finally over. Suddenly, the entire world began to tremble. Lu Feng's body had completely disappeared. Endless primordial chaos appeared. The entire world was shattered into nothingness, turning into primordial chaos. At that moment, Dao Songtian was shocked to discover that the inner world he had created had completely broken free from his control. It no longer seemed to be under his control. It was a world that belonged to him. What's going on? The chaos began to slowly break apart, giving birth to a glimmer of light between heaven and earth. An ancient era began to appear. Gradually, hundreds and thousands of living beings appeared. They were born strong and were immortals. Their terror was inconceivable, surpassing that of any other race, surpassing that of any recorded history. This is immortals and demons. Immortals and demons. These were immortals and demons. Legend had it that in the most primitive era, when heaven and earth split apart, the living beings that emerged from the chaos were immortals and demons. They were born as immortals. They were the greatest race. They had never ruled over any era because they were the embodiment of that era. They never boasted about their greatness because they were the embodiment of greatness. These were immortals and demons. However, when the immortals and demons reached their most resplendent point in time and space, immortals and demons appeared to rule over the era. Heaven and earth shattered. Countless immortals and demons knelt down, as though they were welcoming the arrival of some great being. Among them, Dao Songtian saw the projection of the greatest power in the legends. He saw the greatest experts among the immortals and demons, the wise ones and sages. They were the pinnacle existences on the level of the divine king. They were the greatest beings on the level of the divine emperor. However, at this moment, they knelt down quietly and shouted crazily. They were praying for some great being to descend. They seemed to have heard the call of the immortals and demons. He descended. Countless god spirits went mad, but in the next moment, they were crushed into ash. They died, transforming into the most primordial power, which then began to coalesce into a terrifying, indescribable figure. Countless gods died, and in the end, they turned into a heaven-reaching body. Just like that, he stood quietly between heaven and earth. Amidst the haze, Dao Songtian seemed to hear a voice. It seemed to be the will of heaven, earth, black and yellow, the condensation of the universe, billions of deities in the body. Dao Songtian was stunned. His mouth muttered the words repeatedly. Billions of gods? Billions of deities? Using the lives of billions of gods to form that eternal body. What kind of body is this? It needs billions of gods to evolve. Dao Songtian had already started to go slightly crazy. Every god was qualified to condense a supreme body, and their bodies were the most terrifying symbols. Dao Songtian had never thought that there would be a body that needed billions of gods to condense. It was true that he was the #1 psyche master. Although he was only a heavenly master, he was still a terrifying overlord among the peak powerhouses of the universe. However, what was happening in front of him was beyond his imagination. His so-called identity and status, his so-called glory and glory, in front of the bodies of billions of deities, were all a joke. They were all empty. In the next moment, the great body stood between heaven and earth. It was also at this moment that the greatest existences among the gods, those who were truly titled immortals and demons, were completely crushed like those gods. They had turned into skeletons and fused with the invincible body of Nan. Countless immortals and demons as bones. These were the skeletons of countless immortals and devils that had been transformed into fleshly bodies. Billions of gods as the body, countless immortals and demons as bones. Between heaven and earth, the void reappeared. It had evolved through countless eras and experienced countless civilizations. Living beings appeared, they multiplied and worked, and they became intelligent beings. They prayed, praying for that great and unparalleled body. They waited quietly, waiting for that great body to wake up. Gradually, Dao Santian saw the collapse of time and space, the disappearance and annihilation of billions of time and space. However, just like the dead immortals, demons, and gods, they turned into power and fused into that body. It was just that this power was actually embellished on the face of that body. The worship of the countless living beings seemed to have produced an endless amount of faith. This power also appeared on the face of that body. Space-time truth gaze, using endless time and space, using the truth of heaven and earth formed by educating millions of people, and the eternal laws evolved from chaos. They became the greatest pair of eyes of that body. Heaven and earth were changing. Everything was intertwined. Fate emerged, and eternity was born. Fate and eternity became the only things in the end. They didn't exist, but Dao Santian could really feel their appearance at this moment. Perhaps it was an instant, or perhaps it was 1,000,000,000,000 years. Space-time and fate seemed to be the fate of everything in the entire universe, casting eternity. In the end, they returned to the body just like that. And at this moment, the eyes condensed by space-time truth opened for the first time. One, I could destroy the world. The other, I could create life. Everything in the world and eternity of the universe was under the control of this pair of eyes. Dao Santian didn't know what that was. He could feel that his body didn't need to move. Just by opening and closing his eyes, he could cause the universe to collapse and space-time to be annihilated. Billions of deities as the body, countless immortals and demons as the bones. Space-time truth gaze. Fate and eternity cast the soul. The moment the ancient hymns disappeared, the moment the great being awakened. Dao Santian saw it. The corpses of billions of living beings rose and fell, lying quietly at the feet of that great eternity. Countless living beings sang and prayed devoutly, surrounding the great eternity. The truth of space-time appeared, lingering and entangling the great eternity. When this phenomenon appeared, it controlled billions of galaxies and the endless universe in space-time. He didn't speak. He just quietly looked in a direction, an unknown direction. At this moment, Dao Santian couldn't bear it anymore. He could no longer resist this level of pressure. The last bit of dignity and will of an expert in his heart completely disappeared. In this world that belonged to him, in this kingdom that he was the creator of the world and the creation of the God Spirit, Dao Santian actually knelt down. In an instant, Dao Santian felt his world collapse and disappear completely. However, they didn't appear in the sky outside. At this moment, they were in a hazy galaxy. Around them, billions of stars flashed, and Dao laws intertwined continuously. This was like a miniature of the entire universe, a model of everything. That great eternity was still the same as before. The mystery on his face never dissipated. It was a mystery that surpassed fate and eternity. It was a truth that could never be seen clearly. Finally, after waiting for a long time, that figure raised his arm for the first time in the far west of the universe, in the land of darkness. This was the universe's peerless forbidden land. It wasn't naturally formed like the number one forbidden land in the universe. This place was called a forbidden land because there was a life form in this forbidden land. No one knew what it was, and no one knew its identity. However, its existence was one of the greatest taboos in the entire universe. In ancient times, there was a divine king who coveted the endless power of the laws in this land of darkness. He had once walked into it when he was at the peak of his life. However, this peerless divine king of a foreign race, who had become the divine king for thousands of years, never appeared in the universe again. It was also from then on that the land of darkness became known as the land of buried kings. The land of darkness that had been peaceful for an endless period of time had never been disturbed by anyone. No living beings had ever set foot in it. Apart from it, this was an absolute land of death. However, on this day, this forbidden land of death that seemed to have been silent for hundreds of millions of years started to tumble endlessly. The land of darkness that spanned an immeasurable distance and was larger than hundreds of supergalaxies was sanctioned by heaven and earth. It tumbled endlessly and boiled endlessly. Endless power of laws overflowed in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This earth-shattering disturbance startled countless experts in the far west of the universe, and even the entire Western cosmos. They looked at the land of darkness in horror, unable to understand why this great existence that had existed since time immemorial would suddenly show such a shocking disturbance today. However, the pressure that caused even the gods to tremble disappeared completely after a short while. It was completely silent. No one could see that in the final moment, a figure had emerged from the forbidden land of darkness. It was an incomparably enormous figure that was as large as a first-rank galaxy. "My lord, you've come after all." 8,000 galaxies circled around, each of them as large as a first-rank galaxy. They were clusters of galaxies that circled endlessly around mysterious and majestic area. This was a miracle of the universe, the only ancient and most powerful miracle in the entire universe. Many experts, and even many gods, quietly circled around the 8,000 galaxies, cultivating quietly. This was a mysterious place, but it was also a place that the entire universe would remember forever. This place was called the Eternal Sacred Land. The Eternal Sacred Land was actually the center of the mysterious area. However, no one knew what was inside. Even the God-King powerhouses did not know. To enter it, one had to pass through the gathering of 8,000 galaxies. A divine king could easily crush a first-rank galaxy. However, he couldn't crush 100 or 2. Chapter 175. Moreover, legend has it that there is a super galaxy in the centermost area, or even the most terrifying area that surpasses the supergalaxy. Facing such a terrifying star system that surpassed a superstar system, even a God-King expert would have to be wary. Moreover, it was made up of countless galaxies. Therefore, no one had ever entered the heart of the Eternal Sacred Land. There were countless black holes within the Sacred Land. Black holes and galaxies were supposed to attract each other and destroy each other when they interacted. Here, however, they coexisted peacefully without any conflict. The Eternal Sacred Land was the ultimate land of peace in the universe, where countless laws coexisted and strange phenomena were born. It was the greatest miracle of this era. Its terror was almost unparalleled in the entire universe. Unfortunately, the Eternal Sacred Land was a sacred land in the hearts of many. Therefore, it didn't exist in any of the forbidden places in the universe. No one had imagined that there was actually an extremely terrifying palace hidden within the boundless mist. It was enormous and terrifying, like a miracle. It was the most terrifying miracle in the universe that had ever existed. At this moment, it was peacefully lying in the endless darkness. This terrifying abyss of darkness that could even swallow laws and extinguish principles couldn't swallow even the slightest bit of light that leaked out from it. It had been quiet for hundreds of millions of years. Now, as soon as Lu Feng's soul appeared, a figure appeared in the ancient hall. It was a figure that was insignificant yet imposing, mottled with scars that intersected with each other. Divine light swirled around it, each of them seeming to represent the arrival of a supreme law. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Finally, he sighed. I look forward to it. The most terrifying miracle had been born, one that surpassed all limits. At that moment, Dao Sangtian no longer felt any pressure on his body. Because of his devout worship, the endless pressure did not affect him in the slightest. Dao Sangtian slowly rose to his feet with the most devout eyes. The greatest body that had existed in the universe for hundreds of millions of years, the indestructible existence that had been forged with eternity, finally disappeared. In the next moment, the endless phenomena vanished, replaced by the most primitive scene. Lu Feng sat cross-legged where he was, his eyes trembling slightly as if they were about to open. Around him, the world that seemed to have disappeared appeared once again. But Dao Sangtian could feel it. This world was no longer the original world. What is going on? There was a slight bitterness at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Dao Sangtian's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. This was an expression that was filled with confusion, shock, and joy. My world has actually changed. At this moment, the world was intertwined with endless principles and endless truths were evolving. That wasn't a real world at first, but at this moment, it seemed to have completely transformed. It was like the most real world. He gently raised his hand. With a wave of his hand, a small blade of grass appeared. This was the most ordinary grass. There was nothing special about it. However, Dao Sangtian looked at Xiao Chao with a strange expression. This is complete life. It was no different from the outside universe. But why is it like this? Dao Sangtian was silent. This world was his world. Here he was the god. He was the great existence that created the world. The creation of living beings was actually within his thoughts. However, no one knew that the living beings he created were actually incomplete living beings. Their bodies didn't have any complete living matter or structure. They could exist here only because Dao Sangtian needed them to exist and used his strongest power to give them existence. They could only exist in this world. If they appeared in the real universe in the outside world, there was no need for the laws of the universe to descend. They would naturally collapse, turn into nothingness, and disappear completely. However, at this moment, Dao Sangtian could feel that these living beings had already constructed the most complete existence. They were perfectly coordinated. They had really become living beings, creating living beings with a wave of his hand, real living beings. This was something that warriors couldn't have. Only Psyche Masters could have this kind of magical power. However, to do this, it wasn't something that ordinary God Masters, Sacred Masters, or even Heavenly Masters could do. Only Emperors could do this. Only Void Emperors could truly achieve this. However, I'm not an Emperor. Although I'm only one step away from the Void Emperor realm, I can feel that this step is too far away. Perhaps I won't be able to do it even if I devote my entire life to it. Why am I able to achieve the realm that only Void Emperors can achieve? Dao Sangtian slowly closed his eyes and began to feel everything in his body. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened. It was a look of shock and extreme excitement. I can't believe I've actually reached this step. He knew his own situation best. Dao Sangtian knew that although he was very close to becoming an eternal God Emperor, however, this final step was incomparably far away. However, he was shocked to find that this last step had disappeared. He had actually reached that step. I've already become a Void Emperor. I've really reached this step? Li Tianlai muttered to himself. He asked himself repeatedly. He didn't know that he had reached this step. This step had bound hundreds of millions of geniuses and shattered the dreams of countless supreme overlords. He took in countless deep breaths. As a universe overlord who had lived for 700 years in the real world and 10,000 years in the time realm, Dao Sangtian's state of mind was extremely terrifying. Very quickly, he gradually calmed down. However, the terrifying divine light in his eyes didn't disappear. I don't need much time. My world is already perfect and has reached the Void Emperor realm. As long as I spend some time to comprehend quietly, I can truly step into the void Emperor realm. After this time, I'll enter the time realm. It won't take much time before I take that step. At this moment, Dao Song-Tian was filled with anticipation. However, he didn't leave immediately because he knew that the root cause of all this was the young man in front of him. Entering the Dao at a young age, unprecedented. Human king's direct bloodline, overbearing. Psychic talent, #1 since ancient times. What exactly is this young man hiding? Regardless of whether it was an intermediate psychic or an advanced warrior, they were all ants in Dao Song-Tian's eyes. With a thought, he could obliterate a powerhouse who was 10,000 times stronger than Lu Feng. However, at this moment, he realized that he really didn't understand Lu Feng. He really couldn't see through Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng was about to wake up. Dao Song-Tian could feel that Lu Feng seemed to be different. He might still be the previous Lu Feng, or the existence who had entered the Dao at a young age. However, his temperament was no longer the same as before. There was a kind of nobility around him. It was a kind of true nobility. It was the nobility that surpassed bloodline inheritance, and even the nobility left behind by the soul. It was a nobility that originated from fate and fate. It was a gift from the heavens and a natural emperor approved by the universe. Since ancient times, when the soul awakens or enters a certain state, some noble existences will produce a powerful vision. True nobility isn't the continuation of bloodline or even the concealment in the soul. They are natural emperors. Their nobility is the nobility of fate and the nobility of fate. Compared to this nobility, nothing else is nobility. Dao Song-Tian heaved a deep sigh. He knew that this was true nobility. It was a nobility that transcended everything. This nobility that existed in fate, and fate was incomparable to anything else. Since ancient times, there have been a few similar existences. They were also incomparably noble. When they were born or broke through, they would bring about a shocking vision. However, those existences were never as terrifying as Lu Feng. They shook everything and even made me, a peak heavenly master, break through the most terrifying shackles. Dao Song-Tian knew that it was the noble aura that Lu Feng brought with him when he woke up that infected him with a bit of the Emperor's aura that even the universe had to acknowledge. It was also because of this that he was able to achieve this breakthrough that he had never imagined. But why is Lu Feng's vision so powerful? It's unbelievable. Billions of deities as the body, countless immortals and demons as the bones, the truth of time and space as the eyes, and fate as the eternal casting of the soul. When he woke up, he evolved billions of space-time stars, and even the entire universe had to give way to him. Such nobility is unparalleled since ancient times. Lu Feng, what exactly are you? Finally, Lu Feng woke up slowly. Upon sensing the abnormality in his body, Lu Feng's eyes revealed a strange light. It was a look of doubt and excitement. At that moment, he already understood the situation of his body the moment he woke up. He didn't look at Dao Song-Tian. Instead, he subconsciously extended his arm and gently swiped at the void. In an instant, an inexplicably complicated array pattern was outlined by him. Unfortunately, this array pattern was too complicated. Lu Feng was completely exhausted before he could even complete 1/10 of it and couldn't move anymore. However, upon seeing this scene, Lu Feng wasn't depressed at all. Instead, his eyes flickered with excitement. As expected, immortal magic arrays can be outlined with this special power. Although I haven't succeeded yet, the most fundamental reason is that the strange power that I can use now is too little. If I can reach the small success stage of the Origin Sutra, or even if I don't, I should have enough power to outline this complicated array pattern. Chapter 176. The formation pattern that had just appeared was the supreme immortal formation pattern that had suddenly appeared in Lu Feng's mind. Although it was of the lowest level, it was much more difficult than a normal Psyche Master's cultivation method. When Lu Feng woke up, the method to draw the immortal formation had directly appeared in his mind. If someone else had obtained it, they would have to study it for countless years to complete the engraving of the formation pattern. However, for Lu Feng, the formation pattern had appeared and he had drawn it naturally. Lu Feng did not need any comprehension at all. This was the terrifying part of the divine plane. I have a feeling that the power of this formation pattern must be extremely terrifying, and it can't be drawn with ordinary mental strength. It seems that everything is, as the Primordial Sutra said, only by condensing the divine plane can one use the supreme immortal formation. But why do I have such a feeling? Lu Feng was a little puzzled. This was because he felt that he did not need to reach the minor accomplishment stage. He could use the supreme immortal formation if he reached the great accomplishment stage. Although it still felt extremely difficult, he could really do it. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng found a reason for himself. It should be like this. Back then, after experiencing the illusory realm of 9 lives and awakening my human monarch bloodline, my divine plane changed and became several times larger than a normal divine plane. Because of this, the amount of strange power produced in my divine plane is also incomparably large. This should be the real reason why I can use it in advance. Lu Feng closed his eyes again and sensed for a while. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. This time, there was a sense of helplessness. However, after a while, it was replaced by a determined expression. Sigh, it seems that it is impossible to reach the minor accomplishment stage before the large competition. According to my engraving speed, it will take me at least 2 years to complete it. However, this is nothing. I just need to continue cultivating. I don't need to reach the minor accomplishment stage. As long as I have enough power, I can use the supreme immortal formation. Maybe the speed will be slower. However, as long as I use the supreme immortal formation, even a Psyche Master will have to retreat. I still have a chance to pass this test. Everything will depend on whether or not I can carve the runes in my soul to a sufficient degree before the test. Lu Feng clenched his fists tightly. He slowly stood up. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was in Dao Songtian's inner world. In the next moment, Lu Feng turned to look at Dao Songtian. Teacher, I've succeeded. Lu Feng had entered the Tao at a young age and entered the illusory realm of 9 lifetimes. He had experienced many things that extreme Tao experts would never experience in their entire lives. But in the end, his real body was still a real teenager. His soul was that of a youth. Therefore, when he succeeded, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Dao Songtian, who had already calmed down, nodded gently. He looked at Lu Feng in silence. Lu Feng was puzzled, but he also stood quietly in place. He wouldn't understand what was going on in Dao Songtian's heart at this moment. Because of Lu Feng, Dao Songtian had achieved the biggest breakthrough in his life. After a period of time, when he had refined everything that belonged to the Void Emperor realm, he, Dao Songtian, would become a true Void Emperor expert. Void Emperor. Even if he was only a level 1 Void Emperor, he could still traverse the 4 divisions of the universe and roam the millions of forbidden lands. Rumor had it that Void Emperors could fight Supremes, although the Void Emperors referred to those who were at the peak of the Void Emperors. However, this also reflected how terrifying a Void Emperor was. A level 1 Void Emperor wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he faced a level 5 Virtual King. Once they were given time to complete the carving of those terrifying supreme immortal formations, even the level 7 Virtual King would have to retreat in fear or even die. This was the terror of a Void Emperor. And it was precisely because of this that Dao Songtian had finally reached this step. It could be said that compared to what he had taught Lu Feng, what Lu Feng had obtained was much more. Looking at Lu Feng, Dao Songtian finally revealed an unusually gentle smile. This smile made Lu Feng feel warmth in his heart. Lu Feng, from today onwards, regardless of whether you pass the test or not, you are my disciple, Dao Songtian. In this life, as long as I, Dao Songtian exist, no matter who it is, as long as they hurt you, I will make them pay the price no matter where they go. Lu Feng was confused. Although he didn't know why Dao Songtian said this, Lu Feng could feel the sincerity of Dao Songtian. He had said this completely from the bottom of his heart. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his heart. He didn't say anything and only nodded his head firmly. Seeing this, Dao Songtian's smile deepened. After a while, Dao Songtian seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Lu Feng and said, "Lu Feng, when do you plan to become an advanced psychic? Although you can already do things that only a psychic grandmaster can do now, it's still not enough. It's better to become an advanced psychic as soon as possible." Hearing Dao Songtian's words, Lu Feng hesitated slightly. He considered it for a while and finally said, "Teacher, I'm actually cultivating a rather unique technique. Because of the characteristics of the technique, I can't break through very quickly. According to my calculations, I'm afraid that I still need a lot of time before I can truly break through." Lu Feng told Dao Songtian, but he didn't tell him everything. After all, the existence of the Origin Sutra was too important. Although he felt that Dao Songtian was willing to protect him from the bottom of his heart, he wasn't his family after all. Therefore, Lu Feng still held back a little. Hearing this, Dao Songtian was slightly stunned. However, he quickly revealed a look of realization. He said, "There are billions of techniques in the universe. Each technique has its own advantages. Since the Lu family gave you such a technique, I think they won't harm you. After all, it's definitely not an ordinary technique to be recorded by the great human king." Lu Feng's expression stiffened slightly, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Dao Songtian had misunderstood. He thought that the Origin Sutra that he was cultivating was the technique of a foreign race that was recorded by the ancestor of the human king when he was roaming the universe. However, Lu Feng wasn't willing to explain such a misunderstanding. After all, this could avoid a lot of problems. Dao Songtian continued to ask, "Then, when do you think you can break through?" This made Lu Feng reveal a helpless look. Naturally, he didn't hide anything and told him the time he needed to break through. Upon hearing this, Dao Songtian's expression darkened slightly. Going from an intermediate psychic to an advanced psychic in 2 years was indeed very fast for ordinary geniuses. However, it was far too long for this monstrous genius, who possessed a shocking phenomenon and was the #1 talent in all of history. After thinking for a while, Dao Songtian revealed a look of hesitation. In the end, he sighed slowly. As expected of a technique recorded by the human king, it's actually so powerful. The more powerful the technique, the longer the time needed to break through. Even with your talent, you still need 2 years to go from the pinnacle to the shattering realm. This technique is really heaven-defying. Psychic Master's method and Warrior's method were almost the same. Although they were in different directions, their situations were basically the same. Among warrior techniques, the more powerful they were, the more refined they were, and the more amplified they were, the more difficult it was to comprehend. It was the same for physical cultivation techniques as well. Similarly, it was the same for psychic techniques. Even with Lu Feng's terrifying comprehension ability, the greatest psychic talent since ancient times, he still needed 2 years to break through. This kind of cultivation method could indeed be called world-shaking. However, Dao Songtian didn't ask what technique it was. After all, if it was possible, Lu Feng would have told him long ago. Since he didn't say it, there must be a certain reason. Moreover, the shocking phenomenon when Lu Feng's soul manifested this time also made Dao Songtian understand that Lu Feng definitely had many secrets. These secrets couldn't even be revealed to his closest relatives. Naturally, Dao Songtian wouldn't ask anymore. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Actually, it's not like there's no other way. 2 years' time was simply too long. If it's possible, I can shorten the time by a certain amount. However, under extreme circumstances, it can only be shortened by a little more than a year. It's impossible to reach the 2 years you mentioned. In this case, there will still be some problems for him to become an advanced psychic before your assessment. Dao Songtian knew that although he was certain to accept Lu Feng as his disciple, however, if Lu Feng didn't pass the assessment, then even if he became his disciple, it wouldn't be very smooth. After all, the self-esteem in the heart of such a monstrous genius was unimaginable to ordinary people. Although Dao Songtian's words had a hint of meaning, Lu Feng's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. He said somewhat hurriedly, "Teacher, what's the way?" Although it couldn't help him become an advanced psychic in the assessment a few months later, Lu Feng didn't care at all. He didn't have to become an advanced psychic to pass the assessment smoothly. Lu Feng knew that he had already calculated. As long as he could engrave the rune on his soul to a certain extent before the assessment, as long as he could activate a sufficient amount of strange power, then he could use some of the lowest level supreme immortal techniques. Although it was incomplete, its degree of power was absolutely unimaginable, enough to shock even a great psychic master. It could completely sweep the entire advanced psychic class. According to Dao Songtian's words, it seemed that it could shorten the time by a little. In this case, Lu Feng was really confident that he could engrave the rune to a sufficient extent before the assessment. Seeing Lu Feng's anxious expression, Dao Songtian smiled slightly and said slowly, "Lu Feng, have you heard of the Time Realm?" Chapter 177. The Realm of Time. Lu Feng was at a loss. Although he was a descendant of the Lu family, he had too little contact with things. The things that the Lu family had given him didn't have any records of the Realm of Time. So this was the first time Lu Feng had heard of it. After thinking for a while, he was sure that he had never heard of it before and shook his head gently. Dao Songtian didn't have a strange expression and said directly, "The Realm of Time is a strange space in the universe. No one knows the reason for its appearance and cause. When it was first discovered, many powerhouses only treated it as a special space. But later on, when an expert cultivated within it, he discovered its profundity. The Realm of Time is a magical space. Its greatest function is to allow powerhouses to cultivate in it and accelerate the change of time." Change of time, acceleration. Lu Feng took a deep breath. He asked, "Teacher, is this the same as those God Kings? Are they able to change the flow of time? Are they able to change the ratio of time according to their own wishes?" Dao Songtian nodded gently and continued, "As you think, the Realm of Time is such a mysterious space. However, compared to the Divine King's control of time and space, it's a little inferior. It can't be as easy as the Divine King's ability to freeze time and almost reach the level of 10,000 years in a glance. In the Realm of Time, the maximum ratio of time acceleration is 100 times. In other words, 1 year of cultivation in it is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in the real world." Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes burned with passion. 1 year was equivalent to 100 years of time? In that case, wouldn't those geniuses be invincible? Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Dao Songtian also knew what Lu Feng was thinking. He smiled gently and waved at Lu Feng. Then he said, "It's not as simple as you think. In the Realm of Time, although the maximum speed can be accelerated by 100 times. However, the price is also unimaginable. Only experts like the Celestial Masters or the Virtual King can withstand and accept an acceleration of 100 times. 10 times is already the limit for ordinary telekinesis masters. As my level increases, the amount of time that can be sped up will also increase. However, the limit was 100 times. Moreover, the price one has to pay to cultivate in it is incomparably huge. Because cultivating in the Realm of Time doesn't require a huge amount of resources, but the life of a powerhouse. Life. Resources might be important to experts, but they were merely worldly possessions. If they wanted them, they could obtain them through various means. But life was different. In the entire universe, there were countless divine objects that could increase one's cultivation, speed up one's cultivation, increase one's comprehension, and so on. But there were very few that could increase one's life force. In the entire universe, there were only a handful of such godly objects. Every single one of them was a heaven-defying treasure, and they were all extremely precious. Even the Divine King would be tempted. One had to know that the Divine King was known to not wither, not grow old, not die for 10,000 years. Their lifespan had reached a shocking 40,000 years. However, their limit was 40,000 years. Even if their cultivation was exceedingly high, even if they could completely destroy the billions of stars in the universe with a single thought. However, when it came to their own lifespan, they were ultimately helpless. Any kind of divine object that could increase one's lifespan, the Divine King experts would also try their best to fight for it. Thus, the importance of lifespan could be seen. Now, cultivating in the realm of time actually required one to waste one's lifespan. However, after being shocked for a while, Lu Feng figured out. The realm of time, to put it bluntly, was the acceleration of time. Naturally, one's body was also accelerating. Therefore, the amount of time one cultivated, and it was actually the amount of time that had passed. Naturally, one's lifespan would also be consumed. Seeing Lu Feng's expression change from shock to realization, Dao Songtian knew that Lu Feng had figured out. He had seen countless geniuses, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Lu Feng who could recover in such a short time. Dao Songtian said, "Lu Feng, you already understand. In addition, there are also some restrictions in the realm of time. That is the time for cultivation. In each realm, there's a limit to the time and number of times you can cultivate. With your current intermediate Psyche Master realm, your lifespan is about 300 years. In the realm of time, you can cultivate for about 100 years at most. Once 100 years are up, if you haven't broken through, then you won't be able to accelerate your cultivation. In addition, before becoming a Psyche Master, you can only accelerate your cultivation once at most. After becoming a Psyche Master, this time will be doubled. A Psyche Master can only do it 3 times, and a Psyche Master can only do it 4 times. Although the time you can cultivate each time has increased, the number of times you can cultivate will not change." Lu Feng nodded gently. Just now, he had taken it for granted. If they were to cultivate unscrupulously like this, then there would be gods in their 20s everywhere in the universe. At this time, Dao Songtian's gaze became unusually serious. He looked at Lu Feng and said slowly, "Lu Feng, in fact, I'm also hesitant about whether you should enter the realm of time to cultivate. The final decision is still up to you. If you enter it by yourself, then you will be accelerated by 10 times. You can accelerate your cultivation by 10 years and achieve 100 years of cultivation time. However, if I use the Celestial Master's secret method, then I may be able to accelerate your cultivation by 100 times. However, you can only cultivate for 5 days. One is to cultivate by yourself for 10 years and obtain 100 years of cultivation time. The other is for me to help you accelerate your cultivation so that you can obtain 500 days of cultivation time in 5 days. What will you choose?" At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood why Dao Songtian wasn't so direct when he spoke. He was hesitant. It turned out that everything was for this reason. After a brief calculation, if it was a normal choice, the first one would be the best. However, Lu Feng did not have many choices. What he needed most now was time. The first choice was good, but it would not be of any help to the assessment in a few months. The second choice was slightly worse. However, as long as he chose the second choice, then he would definitely be able to pass the assessment in a few months. After weighing the 2 choices, Lu Feng smiled and said to Dao Songtian, "Teacher, I want to cultivate by myself first. If it is possible, then I will choose the first choice. However, if it is not possible, then I will come to you before the assessment. At that time, I will choose the second choice." Dao Songtian nodded gently. This was indeed the best choice. "In that case, you can come to me at any time before the assessment. During this time, I will enter the time realm." Dao Songtian had already entered the Void Emperor's domain. This was something that no one knew. He needed to enter the time realm to cultivate for a period of time so that he could truly achieve perfection and become a true Void Emperor. Therefore, He had to leave during this time. Then, with a swipe of his hand, a spatial crack was torn open in the void. From within, Dao Songtian took out 2 items that looked like crystals. He gave the crystals to Lu Feng and said, "These are my imprint crystals. I only have 2 left, but I think these 2 should be enough. As for how to use them, I think you should know." Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded gently. Back then, Master Luo had given him such crystals. Now, Lu Feng already knew that the Luo Emperor was the #1 direct descendant of the Lu family, Luo. Lu Feng had vaguely guessed that Master Luo must have felt the existence of his bloodline when his bloodline had awakened. Therefore, he had given the imprint crystals that belonged to him to Lu Feng. After solemnly putting away the 2 crystals, Lu Feng bowed respectfully to Dao Songtian. These 2 crystals were equivalent to an absolute, life-saving talisman. After all, Dao Songtian's existence was already considered an overlord in the entire universe. As long as he didn't provoke the peerless powerhouses of the foreign races and didn't approach those peerless forbidden areas that even extreme powerhouses couldn't return from, then with these 2 crystals, he would be able to obtain 2 chances to save his life. All right, Lu Feng, let's stop here this time. You have to remember that you only have 1 life. Don't be too presumptuous and wander into forbidden areas that you have no confidence in. In this universe, there are many places that even teacher does not dare to venture into. Therefore, you have to be careful. Don't do anything that you will regret. Dao Songtian was getting more and more satisfied with Lu Feng as a student. Furthermore, if it had not been for Lu Feng, he would not have had the possibility of becoming the Void Emperor. Therefore, in his eyes, Lu Feng was irreplaceable. If it had not been for this reason, why would he, such a noble and great existence, waste so much time talking to Lu Feng about such trivial matters? Finally, after giving out all the instructions, Lu Feng bade farewell to Dao Songtian. During these days, he had learned everything that he needed to learn. Lu Feng had already done a rather thorough job, so he had no other intentions of leaving. Furthermore, according to Lu Feng's calculations, he was afraid that school would start after he returned to the Cymbidium. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave. After bidding farewell to Dao Songtian, Lu Feng immediately left Dao Songtian's inner world. When Lu Feng came out, Li Tianlai was already waiting there. When Dao Songtian decided to let Lu Feng leave, he had already informed Li Tianlai. Therefore, when Lu Feng came out, Li Tianlai was already standing there. Chapter 178. Li Tianlai was stunned when he saw Lu Feng's silhouette. Although he knew that Lu Feng was constantly transforming under Dao Songtian's guidance, he had never imagined that Lu Feng's transformation would be so drastic. When he had first met Lu Feng, the young man had given him a feeling of immaturity. However, there was also a maturity and vicissitudes that didn't match his age. After witnessing Lu Feng enter the Dao, he felt that Lu Feng had completely transformed. It was a Dao of nature, a realm where all magics could be unleashed at will. Although it was low, that was what Li Tianlai felt. Now, in just 10 days, Lu Feng had transformed once again. In fact, the transformation this time was even more thorough. Nobility, king, emperor's might. However, this domineering will also contain the easygoing nature of someone who had entered the Dao. It made people naturally want to get close to him, but they couldn't help but revere him. This seemed to be a kind of natural noble will that made it difficult for people to have any thoughts of disobedience in front of him. Li Tianlai was now a second-level demigod. He was the successor of the divine king of the foreign tribes, the Dongru Great Emperor. He might have been born into an ordinary family, but after going through all this, he naturally became noble. However, when he saw Lu Feng, who was weak, he felt that although the so-called nobility still existed, it had been completely suppressed. He was always a subject. In front of the emperor, he always had to lower his head. All the land in the world belonged to the emperor, and all the people in the world were the emperor's subjects. After a moment, Li Tianlai sorted out his emotions and put on a warm smile. He looked at Lu Feng and said, "Congratulations, junior brother. This time, your senior brother can truly call you junior brother. Lu Feng was slightly taken aback, but he quickly figured out the reason. He understood that Dao Song Tian must have already spoken of his decision. Even if he couldn't pass the test, he would still be Dao Song Tian's youngest disciple and his last direct disciple. Lu Feng smiled and said, "Senior martial brother is too polite. I'll have to trouble senior brother when we return this time." Li Tianlai just shook his head gently and left with Lu Feng. When they arrived, they took the Federation spaceship, which belonged to the Advanced series. It took more than 20 days to arrive, but when they returned, they used the Federal University's specialized spaceship. It was a top-grade luxury spaceship. Although it was much smaller than a high-grade spaceship, it was much smaller. However, with Li Tianlai piloting the spaceship personally, and with the terrifying configuration of the spaceship, therefore, it took them less than 10 days to return to the Symbidium. The entire holiday lasted for more than a month, and it took them a month to go back and forth. In addition to the time he spent following Dao Song Tian, when Lu Feng returned, there were only 2 days left before school started. With the Symbidium branch's specialized suspension car, the two returned directly to the branch. After saying goodbye to Li Tianlai, Lu Feng returned to the dormitory ahead of time. At this time, Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing hadn't returned yet. Lu Feng also knew this. The two residences were very far away from here. Although it wasn't as far as the capital planet, if they took a spaceship, it would take at least 4 or 5 days. When they left, the two of them said that for the test in a few months, they would receive some special training from their families, so they would come back later. Naturally, it was impossible for them to come before school started. Back in the dormitory, Lu Feng tidied up the room and checked the pills. After making sure that nothing was missing, he left and went straight to the cultivation technique pavilion. Lu Feng still remembered that when he left, the mysterious and powerful Tu Tianxin had asked him to find him after he returned. He wanted to teach him personally. Of course, Lu Feng also doubted his intentions. But then he denied it, because Tu Tianxin was too powerful, too unimaginably powerful. He was afraid that this existence was most likely the terrifying king who had set foot in the virtual king. Lu Feng knew that although he didn't like the Lu family very much, the Lu family definitely valued him at the peak. In his body, in addition to the will left by his father, the great ancestor had most likely done the same thing. Lu Feng also knew about the great ancestor of the Lu family. According to Lu Tao, the great ancestor was a terrifying existence from the Lu family 1,300 years ago. He had set foot in the virtual king's territory as early as 1,000 years ago. Although he didn't know the current realm, Lu Feng could imagine how terrifying the great ancestor's realm and strength were. Tu Tianxin could easily deceive the great ancestor's will, which was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, Tu Tianxin was most likely not Tu Tianxin, not Tu Tianxin, not Tu Tianxin, but Tu Tianxin. It was too easy for a king to harm him. Lu Feng really couldn't find the possibility of Tu Tianxin wanting to harm him. Therefore, when he came back this time, Lu Feng went to find Tu Tianxin. I wonder what the identity of senior Tu Tianxin is. Why doesn't even teacher know about him? Lu Feng had asked Dao Song Tian about Tu Tianxin's name before, but Dao Song Tian had also said that he had never heard of him. Subsequently, Lu Feng had even logged into the core of the Sky Network to check it out personally, but the results were the same. However, according to Lu Feng's guess, Tu Tianxin was definitely a terrifying powerhouse who had been hiding for thousands or even thousands of years. He belonged to the supreme prodigy of the human race who had cultivated silently and hadn't been destroyed by time, but had entered the realm of a king. This time, I will have to disappoint senior Tu Tianxin. Sigh, in order to pass the assessment, I have to devote all my attention to the cultivation of a psychic master for the next few months. Although he had Dao Songtian's help, Lu Feng wasn't sure whether the array patterns on his soul would reach the level where they could be engraved enough to use those supreme immortal techniques. To be on the safe side, he couldn't waste any time. Therefore, before Lu Feng passed the assessment, it was impossible for him to learn from Tu Tianxin. However, Even if he couldn't learn, Lu Feng still had to let him know. Therefore, as soon as he came out of the dormitory, he walked straight to the cultivation technique pavilion. There were still 2 days before school started, and at this time, many students had already returned to school. At this moment, there were more people gathering in and out of the cultivation technique pavilion than during the holidays. After all, many students were either here to choose a cultivation technique or to return the ones they had borrowed before the holidays. Lu Feng only stopped for a moment before he walked straight into the cultivation technique pavilion. However, when Lu Feng took his first step, he stopped. There was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth and said, "Senior, please don't tease me." Compared to the Lu Feng who had left, the current him couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Not only had his strength increased by a lot, but his perception had also reached a terrifying level. The moment he entered, Lu Feng felt an inexplicable fluctuation in space. Although everything in front of him was no different from what he remembered when he left, Lu Feng understood that this was no longer the cultivation technique pavilion. This place had already been used by an extremely powerful person to display the power of space. It was time to change to another space-time, and in the entire Federal University, only 2 Tiantian could do this kind of space-time displacement. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the surrounding space slowly blurred and finally disappeared completely. The next moment, what appeared was the same endless starry sky as when he had been here before. And at this moment, Lu Feng stopped above this endless starry sky and stood there quietly. Soon, a figure slowly appeared from afar. He walked over quietly. Every step was the condensation of endless mysteries and the support of a hazy will. Lu Feng could clearly feel that 2 Tiantian strength was like a black hole that couldn't be estimated at all. Similarly, from this figure, Lu Feng also felt the same feeling as himself and Dao Songtian. He knew that 2 Tiantian must also be a Daoist. In fact, as a virtual king who was very likely to be a high-level existence, it was normal for him to be a Daoist. Suddenly, the figure had already arrived in front of Lu Feng. Looking at this figure, Lu Feng bowed respectfully and shouted, "Greetings, senior." Lu Feng naturally recognized this figure. Previously, he had thought that it was a peerless genius from some family or race and had used all his strength and all his trump cards in a battle. Later, Lu Feng found out that it was the incarnation of 2 Tiantian. 2 Tiantian could be considered a high-level warrior. With a gentle wave of his arm, Lu Feng was directly lifted up. 2 Tiantian just looked at Lu Feng quietly. After a long time, there was a clear laughter. "Very good, very good, very good. You are indeed worthy of being the person I value. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, you have already achieved a realm that those peerless geniuses could never hope to achieve. You have actually entered the Daoist." Lu Feng had no doubts that 2 Tiantian could tell that he had entered the Daoist. A Daoist was a kind of almighty that was above the realm. It was the embodiment of seeing through the essence of everything. Although there was no increase in combat strength, only a Daoist could enter the realm of the strongest. Moreover, after becoming a Daoist, whether it was in terms of perception or the increase in one's strength, they would have already achieved a terrifying deification. When Dao Songtian explained to Lu Feng about a Daoist, he had also said that a Daoist was an existence favored by all origins. This kind of existence, once they entered the Daoist, would be shrouded in great luck. Whether it was cultivation, daily perception, or even usual luck, they would far surpass those who had not entered the Daoist. Chapter 179. There is an indescribable feeling between those who had entered the Tao. 2 Tiantian was a person who had entered the Tao, so he could easily feel that Lu Feng was also a person who had entered the Tao. Hearing 2 Tiantian's satisfied tone, Lu Feng only smiled shyly. After a while, 2 Tiantian's voice came out from the shadow again. "But why is there such a strong, noble will in your body? This seems to be the noble aura of a supreme emperor. The bloodline of a human king is indeed terrifying, but the successor of his bloodline shouldn't have such a noble aura." Lu Feng, What have you experienced to actually smelt such a noble aura? In fact, Tu Tianxian still had one more thing to say. That was the noble aura on Lu Feng's body. Even he had a feeling of being slightly affected. Although he only appeared as a clone, this clone was also an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Lu Feng's current realm was so low, yet he could affect his clone. Tu Tianxian found it hard to imagine how abnormal this terrifying aura would be once Lu Feng became a pinnacle powerhouse. Moreover, he could be sure that this nobility definitely didn't originate from the bloodline. It wasn't even the inheritance of a noble soul from a different era. This was an indescribable aura that even he couldn't judge. So in the end, he asked such a question. But when he heard this, Lu Feng showed a puzzled expression. He was a person who had entered the Tao. Lu Feng didn't deny this, but this noble aura, this so-called Emperor's Will, he really didn't know. Lu Feng knew that a great existence like Tu Tianxian wouldn't judge wrongly. Since he felt that his body had it, then he really did have it. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng shook his head gently and said, "Senior, I really don't know what this noble aura of Emperor's Will you speak of is. During this period of time, I've only followed my teacher to cultivate. Nothing happened during this period." Tu Tianxian was silent for a moment. After a while, he let out a long sigh and said, "I've seen Dao Songtian before. His talent as a psyche master was indeed not bad, but compared to those few celestial emperors, there should still be a huge gap. If I don't have the means to change fate, Dao Songtian shouldn't have it either." After thinking for a moment, Tu Tianxian sighed softly. "Forget it. Even at my current level, there are too many things in the universe that I don't know. Since you don't know, then forget it. In short, this is a good thing for you. Although I don't know what this terrifying and noble Emperor's Will is for. However, since it can affect me, it will definitely have an even more terrifying transformation and effect in the future." After saying this, Tu Tianxian looked at Lu Feng and said, "Lu Feng, you will cultivate with me this time. You are blessed by the heavens and possess an unparalleled bloodline. Your fleshly body is even more terrifying. I'm confident that I can help you reach the realm of a martial artist within 3 months." In 3 months, Lu Feng was able to break through and become a venerable warrior. This was no doubt shocking. After all, Lu Feng's current level was only at the beginner stage of a high-level warrior. If he wanted to reach the realm of a martial artist, he would need to cross a huge realm. However, Tu Tianxian said this, which undoubtedly proved his confidence and also proved Lu Feng's terrifying potential. Lu Feng didn't have much doubt about this. His path as a martial artist was different from that of a psyche master. A psyche master cultivated the primordial scripture. Breaking through each realm was extremely difficult. However, as long as he broke through, those small realms were nothing. On the path of a martial artist, he cultivated the great demon true body. This supreme technique was different from the primordial scripture. It emphasized using all kinds of tribulations to forge one's body. In the end, one would achieve the most powerful body that could crush everything. Breaking through each realm was equally difficult. However, this difficulty was still possible as long as there were enough terrifying obstacles. However, if he wanted to continue cultivating after breaking through, he would still need to continue to suffer. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for Tu Tianxian to make Lu Feng a martial artist within 3 months. However, upon hearing this, Lu Feng shook his head gently and said, "Senior, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time." Tu Tianxian didn't say anything. He just looked at Lu Feng quietly. Lu Feng naturally didn't hide anything and told him everything. After listening to Lu Feng's distress, Tu Tianxian laughed. Lu Feng looked at Tu Tianxian in confusion. It wasn't until the senior finished laughing that he explained the reason. Tu Tianxian said, "You're distressed because you don't have enough time, right?" Lu Feng nodded gently. In order to ensure that he could pass the assessment, he even gave up the 10 years equivalent to 100 years of cultivation time. Gradually, Lu Feng thought of something and suddenly asked, "Could it be that my teacher was wrong? Can I continue to enter it to cultivate?" Tu Tianshan shook his head gently and said slowly, "The time realm is indeed like what your teacher, Dao Song Tian, said. This is a fact that no one can change. After all, such rules are targeted at you. Your body's endurance is right there. Even if you change the rules and change the theorem of the time realm, your body won't change. Therefore, this statement is not wrong." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded with some disappointment. However, Tu Tianshan said again, "However, although I can't let you enter it again and change your number of cultivation times, but I can change your cultivation time." Change the cultivation time? A strange light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something. His breathing was slightly hurried as he said, "That's right. Once I become a martial artist, the number of times I can withstand will be twice. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I can accelerate twice? At that time, I can obtain 1,000 days of cultivation time." 1,000 days of cultivation time was equivalent to close to 3 years. Lu Feng only needed about 2 years to completely engrave the runes and completely achieve the small success of the fusion spirit. At that time, he would become an advanced psychic and pass the so-called assessment easily. However, after hearing Lu Feng's words, Tu Tianshan shook his head again. This idea is impossible. The number of cultivation times in the time realm is the same for both psychic and warrior. Even if both psychic and warrior cultivate together, it's the same. Even so, however, after you become a martial artist, I can use the supreme magic to extend your cultivation time. It's the same 100 times time, but if your cultivation time is increased, then you can naturally make up for the lack. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a brilliance that had never been seen before. After becoming a martial artist, one's endurance would be greatly increased. Originally, when he was only an advanced warrior, he could withstand a 100 times acceleration for 5 days. However, after becoming a martial artist, the endurance time could be greatly increased. It didn't need to be too much, just 2 more days. As long as he could withstand 2 more days, Lu Feng's cultivation time in the time realm would increase by 200 days. At that time, adding the 5 days in the current realm, it would be equivalent to 7 days in the real world and 700 days of cultivation in the time realm. 700 days, this was 2 years' time. And this period of time was enough, really enough. Lu Feng was a decisive person. He made a decision after a little consideration. Looking at Tu Tianshan, Lu Feng's expression became extremely solemn. He bowed deeply and said, "Then during this period of time, I'll have to trouble Senior." Tu Tianshan nodded and accepted Lu Feng's bow. "In that case, you can go out and deal with your own matters first. In these 3 months, I will train you specifically. At that time, whether you can really become a martial artist or not, the most important thing is still up to you." Lu Feng nodded. After bowing respectfully to Tu Tianshan for the last time, he turned and left. In the next moment, Tu Tianshan gently waved his arm. The whole world was completely changed. The place where Lu Feng appeared once again was already in the school grounds. The people who appeared around him didn't seem to be surprised by Lu Feng's sudden appearance. It felt like Lu Feng was one of them. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng understood more about Tu Tianshan's horror. He could easily affect other people's senses and make everyone directly acknowledge his existence. Such means were miracles. Without hesitation, Lu Feng directly left here and walked toward the main building of the academy. When he came to Li Tianlai's office, Lu Feng naturally couldn't tell him about Tu Tianshan. He just told Li Tianlai that in the next 3 months, he had to undergo special training in order to be able to successfully break through and advance before the assessment. And Li Tianlai, who seemed to have received instructions from Dao Song Tian, naturally wouldn't have any objections. He immediately gave Lu Feng a leave. He just wanted him to come back before the assessment. In this way, Lu Feng left Li Tianlai's office. Back in the dormitory, he put the box with the elixir in a safe place again. Lu Feng looked around and found that there was nothing to prepare. He turned and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, Lu Feng found that his surroundings had changed. In an instant, He had returned to the endless starry sky. Lu Feng naturally wasn't afraid of such a change. Although he saw Tu Tianshan in the cultivation technique pavilion, Lu Feng also understood that the range of control of a terrifying ultimate powerhouse like Tu Tianshan was definitely not limited to a small cultivation technique pavilion. Perhaps this planet, or even this starry sky, was under the control of Tu Tianshan. Chapter 180. Seeing the figure standing in place, quietly waiting for him, Lu Feng said, "Senior, I'm ready. I can start training at any time." Hearing this, the shadow of Tu Tianshan nodded gently. Then, he punched directly at Lu Feng. This was an extremely overbearing blow, exactly the same as the peerless blow in the past. Seeing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up slightly. He already knew Tu Tianshan's plan, slaying a heavenly god. This was to use countless battles to rapidly raise his realm. Lu Feng was naturally very satisfied with such an arrangement. After the battle with Tu Tianshan, who was an advanced warrior, Lu Feng's physical strength had increased a lot, although he was still in the realm of a beginner advanced warrior. That battle was Lu Feng's most difficult battle. Naturally, it was considered to be the limit, or even a training that exceeded the limit. Therefore, Lu Feng also knew that such a battle was definitely better than pure training for him. Looking at the blow with the realm, Lu Feng's eyes shone brightly. His figure suddenly began to become hazy. Now, as a person who had entered the way, Lu Feng's comprehension of the essence had improved a lot. Even now, his comprehension of the 10 essences had almost reached a 6-fold increase. This was undoubtedly a terrifying number. With a 6-fold increase, in addition to the strength of his physical body, Lu Feng's combat strength had almost doubled compared to before. The next moment, the same punch was thrown out. Just like that, the two terrifying fists met in the air. Without a doubt, Lu Feng was still sent flying 50 meters away. However, Lu Feng was extremely satisfied with such a result. Such a distance was exactly the same as the effect he had achieved in the past. However, back then, he had achieved such results after the bloodline ignition and the descent of the bronze great demon body. Now, without any support, it was not much different from before. Such an increase in combat strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Tu Tianshan did not expect Lu Feng to improve so much in just 1 month. The shadow paused for a moment before its voice was heard. "Good. You are indeed the 3rd young expert to have entered the Tao since ancient times. Good luck, Lu Feng. Let me see what you can achieve this time." The battle between the two broke out once again. In the past 2 months, Lu Feng had spent most of his time in endless battles. The effect of such a battle was incomparably obvious to him. Almost every day, Lu Feng could feel his strength increasing. However, after 3 battles, Lu Feng's strength had already reached 317 stars. This was the standard of a middle-rank, high-rank warrior. In other words, Lu Feng had actually become an advanced warrior after 3 battles. Such a speed could be said to be terrifying beyond compare. Of course, if it was someone else, it would definitely be impossible for them to have such a terrifying improvement. After all, they did not have the great devil true body and could not achieve such a terrifying improvement that ignored all small realms. In the following battles, Lu Feng continued to improve. His improvement also shocked Tu Tianshan again and again. Only about 30 days had passed, and Lu Feng had actually reached the threshold of a peak advanced warrior. The strength in his body had reached the limit of 999 stars. He was really only 1 step away from entering the ranks of warriors. During this period, Lu Feng's improvement was not only in the aspect of his physical body. In terms of his comprehension of quality, he had also reached an incredible level. It had already reached the level of a 9-fold increase. Now, Lu Feng only needed to calm down and slowly comprehend. He could even directly comprehend the existence of realm without the help of the human king scripture. In other aspects, Lu Feng also made great progress. At the beginning of the 2nd month, at Lu Feng's request, Tu Tianshan did not continue to fight with Lu Feng. Instead, He helped Lu Feng find some true essence of martial arts. What Tu Tianshan found and gave to Lu Feng were naturally the true essence of the strongest martial arts. Among them were the essence of thousands of martial arts. Although the number was huge, it was naturally nothing to Lu Fenglai. He did not need to comprehend those martial arts. He just needed to quietly comprehend the true essence of these martial arts. Therefore, it took less than 5 days for Lu Feng to completely integrate the true essence of the 8 strongest martial arts into his own exclusive martial arts, Unique. At this time, Unique was already a 9-fold amplification martial arts. An exclusive martial arts with a 9-fold amplification could exert all the strength. His physical strength had increased by nearly 9 times. In terms of comprehension, it had also reached the limit of 9 times. Now, Lu Feng's fighting strength was heaven-defying. According to Tu Tianshan, even if Lu Feng did not ignite any bloodline power, he could easily suppress any early-stage evolution period ancient martial art practitioner. Of course, this ancient martial art practitioner referred to the Federation-level genius ancient martial art practitioners. If it was an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner, then even an intermediate-stage evolution period ancient martial art practitioner, Lu Feng would have the qualifications to easily suppress them. Once he used those ultimate trump cards, the Bloodline, Great Demon True Body, and Great Demon Power, even an advanced-stage evolution period ancient martial art practitioner would not be his opponent. Of course, Tu Tianshan did not know that apart from these, Lu Feng still had an even bigger trump card. That was the strange power produced in the God's Plane. Lu Feng knew that once he used those strange powers, then under the most extreme circumstances, he would have the qualifications to fight even peak evolution period monstrous ancient martial art practitioners. Of course, it would only be a battle. If he wanted to suppress them, Lu Feng still had no chance. After all, the aptitude of monstrous ancient martial art practitioners had already surpassed the Federation-level peerless geniuses. This kind of existence had the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Now, once I use my full fighting strength and extreme madness, then even a peak genius ancient martial art practitioner of the Federation level might be suppressed. Those who could become ancient martial art practitioners were at least Starry Sky level geniuses. Lu Feng's greatest limit was this. Although he could fight against a peak-level ancient martial art practitioner, and a peak-level ancient martial art practitioner could fight against an upheaval-stage ancient martial art practitioner without falling into a disadvantage. However, Lu Feng understood that he had no possibility of fighting against an upheaval-stage ancient martial art practitioner. After all, the gap between the two was too big. But even so, it was already very terrifying. After all, what realm was the current Lu Feng in? Until now, he had not even comprehended the realm. The current Lu Feng, even if he did not use the final blessing, bloodline, and great demon true body, already had the strength to fight against Tu Tianshan in his original state. Once he used the cultivation technique and other blessings to the strongest state, even if Tu Tianshan used the same high-level cultivation technique, he would no longer be able to win. It was also only at this time that Tu Tianshan recognized Lu Feng's talent and admitted that Lu Feng had the strength to fight against his younger self. It's just that Lu Feng, although I was in my strongest state in that state, I did not have any bloodline blessing. You have to understand this. As far as I know, the human king at that time had already surpassed the limit of a high-level ancient martial art practitioner in the same realm. As a high-level ancient martial art practitioner, he had even killed more than one upheaval-stage ancient martial art practitioner. This is your primogenitor, and the concentration of your bloodline is the closest to his. You're the first person I have seen with the Lu family's bloodline. In addition to your encounters, although you may not necessarily be comparable to your ancestor, you should not be too far off. The current you still has potential to be unearthed, just like what you said at that time. If I give you time, you will not be able to match me in the same realm, but suppress me. Lu Feng nodded gently. At this moment, he knew that his ancestor, the human king, was actually so terrifying. The high-level ancient martial art practitioner could actually cross two realms and directly kill an upheaval stage ancient martial art practitioner. This was really a little frightening. Upheaval stage ancient martial art practitioners were existences that had condensed the true power of heaven and earth. In an instant, the power of one star was enough to unleash the destructive power of hundreds or even thousands of stars. This kind of ancient martial art practitioner, in addition to the martial art incarnation, was not something that could be resisted by anyone below the ancient martial art practitioner level. But the human king had done it, and he, Lu Feng, had the strongest bloodline that was close to the human kings. He had the great demon true body and that strange power. He should not be weaker than the human king. Therefore, Lu Feng knew that he still had potential to be unearthed. He could still take another step forward as a high-level ancient martial art practitioner. Now that I have comprehended the existence of substance, if I can comprehend the realm, then my battle strength will probably soar several times. At that time, although I will not be able to match the human king, I should not be far off. Lu Feng could feel that he was only one step away from comprehending the realm. And once he comprehended the realm, then, as his comprehension deepened, the upper limit of his battle strength would increase endlessly. In the following period of time, Lu Feng had been fighting with Tu Tianxun, who was at the same realm. At this time, because of the evolution of his cultivation technique, Lu Feng had already fought Tu Tianxun to a draw in his complete state. During this period of time, Lu Feng already had no limit to his cultivation. Of course, he did not care about this, because Lu Feng fought with Tu Tianxun to increase his experience and increase his will to fight. Back then, in the illusion of the 9 lives, although he had also experienced some battles. But compared to Tu Celestial God, those opponents were still far too lacking. Therefore, even if he could not improve, Lu Feng still cherished this opportunity to fight. The 3rd month came quickly. But at this time, Lu Feng was still stuck at 999 stars of strength, without the slightest improvement. In the beginning, Tu Tianxun did not think much of it. It was just that after more than 10 days, it was still the same situation, which made Tu Tianxun feel a little strange. When asked the reason, Lu Feng said it again according to what he said to Dao Songtian. Tu Tianxun and Dao Songtian were the same. They did not pursue the reason. And after hearing about Lu Feng's cultivation method, Tu Tianxun also felt a little shocked. Chapter 181. Relying on endless tribulations to train oneself. This must be a shocking cultivation technique. Although the pain is innumerable, the combat power obtained is unparalleled. Such a cultivation technique is rare since ancient times. This was Tu Tianxun's evaluation of the great devil true body. Of course, this was the evaluation he gave when he heard Lu Feng briefly talk about the mysteries of the cultivation technique. If he really knew the complete horror of the great devil true body, he would not have given such a simple evaluation. Finally, a few days into the 3rd month, Lu Feng left. Of course, he did not leave by himself. According to Lu Feng, to break through the last layer of shackles and enter the realm of martial artists, only the most terrifying tribulations could do it. Therefore, Tu Tianxun took Lu Feng to carry out the final trial. Lu Feng did not know the direction they were heading, but he knew that Tu Tianxun had already taken him out of the Federation, because after they arrived, Lu Feng saw many lives that were not of the human race. Traveling through space was a god's method, but Tu Tianxun was not an ordinary god. With his power, it took him a lot of time to reach his destination. It could be seen how far the journey was. Looking at Tu Tianxun, who was still hiding in the endless mystery beside him, Lu Feng shrugged helplessly. At this moment, even though they were on a planet with life outside the Federation, Tu Tianxun was still hidden and did not show the slightest bit of his face. However, Lu Feng also knew that this great and terrifying existence did not want anyone to know about his existence. Moreover, Lu Feng also understood that the hidden shadow beside him was not Tu Tianxun's real body, but an illusion that had always appeared beside him. In this short period of time, the existence that took him through countless time and space was just an illusion. This made Lu Feng understand the horror of Tu Tianxun even more. After entering the Tao, Lu Feng could already faintly feel many existences that were far beyond his realm. Although it was only a vague feeling, it was enough for Lu Fenglai. He could sense that this illusion alone had the strength to rival his father. His father was a god slayer, a freakish heaven god. Power was terrifying. Even though he had not been a heavenly god for long, he was still an extremely strong existence amongst the heavenly gods. On the other hand, Tu Tianxin was just an illusion, but it was enough to rival his father. In that case, just how terrifying was his true body? Senior, where is this? Looking at the surrounding buildings and creatures, Lu Feng frowned slightly. To be honest, he really didn't like this place. That was because even though the buildings there were all incomparably luxurious, their architectural style was completely different from that of the human race. Of course, Lu Feng didn't dislike this place because of the architectural style. The main reason was that the buildings here seemed to give off a strange feeling. No matter what color the buildings were, they all gave off an incomparably oppressive feeling. Among them, the majority were dark red. The dark red color gave Lu Feng a feeling of blood and slaughter. Lu Feng's senses were extremely sharp, so he believed in his instincts. When he saw Lu Feng frowning slightly, Tu Tianxin smiled faintly and said, "Lu Feng, this is the place where you are about to break through. You should be able to sense the aura contained in the surrounding buildings, right?" Lu Feng nodded slightly and said, "Senior, I feel that there seems to be a terrifying, killing aura spreading among these buildings. Those dim buildings give me a bloody feeling." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Tu Tianxin nodded slightly and said, "Everything is as you think. This is a place of blood and slaughter. It's a place of nightmares for geniuses. It's a place where freaks sink. This is the Massacre Abyss." The Massacre Abyss? This is the Massacre Abyss. Is this the Massacre Abyss of the Great Yin Galaxy? Lu Feng was a little shocked. He looked around and found that the architectural style here was indeed similar to the Massacre Abyss that he had learned about from the Heavenly Network's core. Soon, Lu Feng finally confirmed it. At this moment, he took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with a trace of caution. However, this trace of caution soon disappeared and was replaced by an extremely vigorous battle intent. The Massacre Abyss. Senior, I understand what you mean. Tempering one's limits could no longer be achieved under ordinary circumstances. Only a true battle of life and death, only this world of slaughter, could allow him to achieve the fastest breakthrough and truly surpass his limits. The first breakthrough of his great fiend true body was because he had condensed the primitive body. Even so, it was only after his cousins from the Lu family had hurt him that he had barely broken through. The second breakthrough was when he had activated the power of his bloodline to resist the will of the Divine King of Dusk. The third breakthrough was after he had used the strongest support to resist that venerable martialist. It could be said that the three breakthroughs of Lu Feng's great fiend true body had all been achieved through endless resistance. He had truly wandered on the edge of life and death, lingering in the abyss of oblivion. Therefore, no one understood better than him the speed of one's breakthroughs during extreme slaughter and life and death situations. Upon seeing the change in Lu Feng's expression, the shadow hidden in the endless darkness nodded gently. He knew that he could feel it. Lu Feng was definitely not a flower that had been raised in a greenhouse. Every step he had taken had been made in the midst of slaughter. Lu Feng had definitely relied on his own efforts to reach his current level. This kind of evildoer was a true evildoer. At the same time, if one wanted to grow quickly, only this kind of life and death experience could allow one to do so. It was also because of this reason that when Tu Tianxin heard that Lu Feng needed a breakthrough, he directly brought Lu Feng here for the sake of breaking through quickly. "Lu Feng, You should know about the Massacre Abyss, right? Lu Feng nodded gently as he recalled the information about the Massacre Abyss in his mind. Just as its name said, the Massacre Abyss was a world of slaughter. The most famous place here was the Massacre Abyss. Of course, the Massacre Abyss was not a place to bury the dead. Instead, it was a kind of arena. In this arena, the winner could obtain unimaginable rewards. However, if one failed, one would have to pay with one's life. The Massacre Abyss was said to belong to a mysterious force called the gods. They had created the Massacre Abyss in order to cultivate true geniuses that could shock the universe. However, the Massacre Abyss was not a place where one could kill at will. This place had strict protection and confidentiality measures. Unless it was in the Massacre Abyss, no killing was allowed in other places. There is an accurate ranking in the Massacre Abyss. They are the son of Massacre, the sky of Massacre, the god of Massacre, the emperor of Massacre, and the legendary strongest king of Massacre. Generally, as long as one can become the emperor of Massacre, one can be equivalent to the young supremes of the younger generation in the Federation. And if you can become the king of Massacre, then it means the king of Massacre symbolizes the existence with the potential to become the divine king. The peerless geniuses of the Federation had the qualifications to compete for the god of Massacre. However, this king of Massacre could only be obtained by those monstrous geniuses. I have seen the few emperors of the younger generation in this generation. If they come here, I am afraid that only 3 of them have the chance to obtain the title of king of Massacre. The others have no chance at all. Lu Feng knew that the 3 people referred to the Lu family's Emperor Luo, the Yuyo family's Emperor Rong, and the most mysterious and powerful demon emperor. To be able to obtain the title of king of Massacre here, no matter which clan they are from, they are all emperors of the younger generation. As for the monstrous geniuses of their respective clans, they might not be able to obtain the title of king of Massacre. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Indeed, a ruler who had walked out of Massacre was much more powerful than a ruler who had grown up quietly. Tu Tianshan looked at Lu Feng and said slowly, Lu Feng, according to my original estimation, you should have been able to become a martialist in 3 months. However, I did not expect that the cultivation technique you cultivated would be so monstrous. This has already exceeded my estimation. Therefore, 3 months might not be enough. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng understood what Tu Tianshan meant. He pondered for a moment, then took out the Sky Network from his hand and reopened the Sky Network that had been closed for more than 2 months. After entering the Sky Network, Lu Feng looked at the letters and smiled. Among them, there were letters from Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing. The 2 of them were dissatisfied with Lu Feng's delay after arriving. Of course, in addition to these, Mu Shuyan also sent a lot of messages. Like the 2 of them, she asked when Lu Feng would be back. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, but he did not reply to their messages. He simply closed the Sky Network. Then, he found Li Tianlai's contact information. He did not explain the reason. He only told Li Tianlai that he still needed some time and promised that he would return before the assessment. After that, he closed the Sky Network again. Senior, there's still more than 2 months before the assessment. I think 2 months should be enough. Seeing Lu Feng's determined expression, Tu Tianshan nodded gently. Soon, he looked at a place far away. Lu Feng followed his gaze and looked over as well. Even though they were far away, Lu Feng could still feel the murderous aura and blood in that area. Lu Feng knew that it should be the land of Massacre. Lu Feng, your current strength is extremely powerful. Whether it is the son of Massacre, the heaven of Massacre, or the god of Massacre, it is a piece of cake for you. With your current strength, you already have the qualifications to become the Emperor of Massacre. This time, I want you to be able to obtain the title of the Emperor of Massacre before you leave. Chapter 182. The Emperor of Massacre was a supreme figure among the younger generation. Even though Lu Feng was only a high-level warrior now, as long as he could obtain the title of Emperor of Massacre in the land of Massacre of the high-level warrior realm, Lu Feng would be the 8th emperor of the Federation. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded without hesitation. This time, his target was none other than the Emperor of Extermination. Senior, is there no one who wants to challenge the title of Emperor of Massacre? After all, the Emperor of Massacre seems to be the ultimate and noblest title. Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Tu Tianxin stopped in his tracks. With a strange emotion that Lu Feng couldn't understand, he said slowly, "The Emperor of Massacre represents an extreme evildoer who has the potential to challenge the Divine King. It is extremely difficult to obtain such a title. In the past few hundred years, there have been very few people who have been able to obtain the title of Emperor of Massacre here. Among the human race of the Federation, there are only 2 people." Lu Feng knew the 2 people that Tu Tianxin was talking about. One of them was the only disciple of the Divine King who had quelled the chaos back then, the extremely evildoer with terrifying talent, Celestial God Jialon. As for the second one, Lu Feng knew him even more. This was because that person was Lu Feng's father, Godslayer Lu Tao. It is extremely difficult to obtain the title of Emperor of Massacre. To become the Emperor of Massacre, you have to challenge the Emperor of Massacre of the same level and obtain his approval. However, to become the Emperor of Massacre, you have to challenge the Emperor of Massacre who is 1 level higher than you. Furthermore, you have to challenge at least 5 of them. You are now a high-level warrior. If you want to become the Emperor of Massacre, that is to say, you have to defeat an evolution stage Emperor of Massacre. Do you think this is easy? Lu Feng took a deep breath. Challenging the Emperor of Massacre who was 1 level higher than him. This was a little terrifying. One had to know that the emperors here weren't the young supremes of their respective races. They belonged to the true young supremes of the entire universe. Compared to the rulers of their own races, they were much more powerful. Only those who had obtained the title of Emperor of Massacre could truly be called young supreme geniuses. And to be able to become the Emperor of Slaughter, all of them were peerless monsters. Such an existence was already hard to determine victory or defeat in a battle of the same level. And to defeat a peerless genius who was a whole level higher than him. This was almost impossible. At this moment, Lu Feng thought of his father, who was known as the most talented person in the past 500 years. It was here that he obtained the title of King of Slaughter and was recognized by billions of races. He was an extreme, monstrous genius with the potential to become the Divine King. She just didn't know how her father had defeated the Emperor of Slaughter, who was a whole level higher than her. All right, Lu Feng, don't think too much about it. I understand that you definitely have the potential to become the Divine King, but the current you is still unable to do so. Your cultivation time is too short. Compared to those monsters, your accumulation is still too far behind. This time, I don't ask for anything else. I just hope that you can become the Emperor of Slaughter and advance to become a martial artist. That's enough. The entire Massacre Abyss did not refer to a single place. It was formed by tens of thousands of life-bearing planets. Almost 30% of the life-bearing planets in the Great Yin Galaxy belong to the Massacre Abyss. It could be said that if it were not for the existence of the Massacre Abyss, the Great Yin Galaxy would be completely unknown. Perhaps only a few people would know about it. The tens of thousands of life-bearing planets that formed the Massacre Abyss were called Massacre Planets. Among them, there were close to 8,000 Grade 3 life-bearing planets. There were 2,000 Grade 2 life-bearing planets, 130 Grade 1 life-bearing planets, and 5 super life-bearing planets. It should be noted that there were only slightly more than 30 super life-bearing planets in the entire human federation. Although humans only occupied 40% of the Milky Way galaxy surface area, this 40% area was the most fertile and had the most resources. As for the Milky Way galaxy, although it was only a super life-bearing galaxy, the various life-bearing planets it contained were more terrifying than dozens of super life-bearing galaxies combined. However, this Massacre Abyss occupied so many super life-bearing planets. This made Lu Feng more and more interested in the organization behind them called the Gods. Senior, Do you know what this god's organization is? The massacre abyss that it founded actually has such a force. I'm afraid that without sufficient strength, it won't be able to protect this place. Upon hearing Lu Feng's inquiry, Tu Tianxian shook his head gently and said slowly, "You will know about the gods one day. However, now is not the time. Knowing too much won't do you any good." After a slight pause, Tu Tianxian continued, "I can tell you that the gods are an extremely terrifying organization. In the entire universe, there are very few who can compare to them." Ignoring Lu Feng's shock, Tu Tianxian walked directly into the distance. The place that Tu Tianxian brought Lu Fenglai to was a grade 2 life-bearing planet. Here, the strongest title that could be produced was the Heaven of Massacre. A grade 3 life-bearing planet could produce a Son of Massacre. A grade 2 life-bearing planet could produce a Heaven of Massacre. On those grade 1 life-bearing planets, the title of the God of Massacre could be decided. The 5 super life-bearing planets are the places where the supreme title of the King of Massacre of the younger generation can be decided. Here, Lu Feng, what you have to do is to strive for the title of the Heaven of Massacre. In front of him were countless crisscrossing, terrifying buildings of the same size. These buildings, which were similar to the arena, were the core of the massacre abyss, the massacre grounds. Lu Feng, the rules of the massacre grounds are very simple. That is to kill, endless kill. The birth of the Son of Massacre is also very simple. You just have to defeat and slaughter a Son of Massacre. However, starting from the Heaven of Massacre, the requirements are much stricter. For example, in the massacre grounds in front of you, only one Heaven of Massacre can be produced at most in each field. Of course, this is only in theory. However, in these endless fields, there are very few that can truly produce a Heaven of Massacre. In 99% of the massacre grounds, a Heaven of Massacre does not appear. In a massacre ground, I'm afraid that a Heaven of Massacre might not appear even in 100 years. If you want to obtain the Sky of Massacre, you'll need to stay in a massacre land and publicly announce that you want to attempt to obtain the Sky of Massacre. Then, you'll have to accept challenges one after another. As long as you can hold on for 5 days, it'll be enough. After hearing this, Lu Feng nodded his head deeply. However, his gaze was still indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. He did not look back, but he seemed to be able to see Lu Feng's expression. Slowly, Tu Tianxian's voice drifted over again. "Don't look down on such rules. Don't think that you are strong. Many geniuses have failed like this. You have to know that there are many geniuses here who are qualified to become the God of Massacre. 5 days, or maybe you think that this period of time is very short. The number of killers you can come into contact with is limited. However, the real situation is not what you think it is. Once you want to strive for the Heaven of Massacre, not only the Sons of Massacre on this planet, but also the Sons of Massacre on the distant Massacre planet will rush here. Their purpose is to make you fail. It can be said that for 5 days, you will be in absolute battle almost every moment. This is not only a test of your own strength, but also a kind of torment of willpower and endurance." Hearing this, Lu Feng took a deep breath. Previously, his thoughts were indeed like what Tu Tianxian had said. He did not care about anything. However, now that he heard it, it seemed that things were not like this at all. It was indeed torturous to have to endure endless battles at every moment. At this time, Lu Feng finally understood the difficulty and horror of this Heaven of Massacre title. "No matter what, I will definitely obtain this Heaven of Massacre." It was not just the Heaven of Massacre, it was the Heaven of Massacre, the Emperor of Massacre. It was also something that Lu Feng must obtain. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Tu Tianxian stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lu Feng and said in an unusually serious tone, "Lu Feng, in this land of massacre, although I have enough strength to save you, if you are really in danger, I will not intervene. Only by experiencing life and death experiences can you break through. If you're not careful and fall, then you can only fall." Tu Tianxian's words were very clear. He would not care about Lu Feng's life and death. As long as Lu Feng walked into this land of massacre, then his life and death would depend on himself. However, Lu Feng did not feel any panic when he heard this. He just smiled and said, "Senior, actually, I would be like this even if you didn't say it. I, Lu Feng, am not a flower that grows in a greenhouse. My cultivation technique is to walk on the edge of life and death, to wander in the abyss of depravity. I, Lu Feng, am not afraid of anything." Hearing this, Tu Tianxin fell into an unusual silence and finally sighed deeply. "You and I are really very similar back then." His voice was extremely low, and Lu Feng did not hear it all. He turned around and left, gradually turning into nothingness. Just like that, Tu Tianxin disappeared in front of Lu Feng. Looking at Tu Tianxin's disappearing figure, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a strange burning brilliance. He looked at the huge building in front of him that was shrouded in endless blood and murderous intent and muttered to himself, 5 days of battle is enough." The corners of Lu Feng's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile as he slowly walked towards the center of the field. "Excuse me, is this the place to handle the challenge procedures?" Before entering the venue, Tu Tianxin had already disappeared. However, Lu Feng also knew that Tu Tianxin was by his side, but he did not appear. Unless there was a foreign race expert who attacked him, then he would appear. Everything else would have to be done by himself. Therefore, Lu Feng, who did not know anything, went directly to the huge counter in the land of massacre. Chapter 183. The receptionist was not a human being. However, in terms of appearance, he was very similar to a human being. The two of them were conversing in a universal language. Lu Feng had already learned this language from Dao Song Tian. Therefore, there was no difficulty in communicating. Hearing Lu Feng's question, the receptionist raised his head, glanced slightly, and asked, "Are you going to enter the land of massacre to challenge the code? All you need to do is register here. In addition, give me your son of massacre number." After saying this, the receptionist took out a paper-like thing from the counter. Lu Feng also recognized the material of this paper. This was the smallpox tree stamp. Such a thing cost tens of thousands of Federation coins per square meter. Although for the strong, money was really nothing. But at this moment, when Lu Feng saw that the random registration was using this kind of luxury item, he once again witnessed the horror of the gods' organization behind a massacre abyss. However, after listening to the receptionist's words, Lu Feng showed a trace of embarrassment. He said, This is actually me. I haven't become the son of massacre yet." Whether it was Lu Feng or Tu Tianxin, their horizons were incomparably high. This time, their goal was also to become the Emperor of Massacre, which could be titled as the Young Supreme Being. However, they seemed to have forgotten one thing. That was, if they couldn't become the son of Massacre, it seemed that they were not qualified to continue to challenge. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the receptionist showed a strange look. Although they were not of the same race, Lu Feng still read the receptionist's thoughts from that look. This was ridicule, a playful look. Although somewhat helpless, Lu Feng really had no other way. It was too easy for him to become the son of Massacre. However, the birth of the son of Massacre was on those third-level life planets. At this moment, his position was on a second-level life planet. If he wanted to obtain the title of son of Massacre, he had to go to a third-level life planet. But now, Tu Tianxin had already hidden himself. No one knew where he was. As for Lu Feng, it was unrealistic for him to travel across galaxies by himself. Furthermore, he didn't have any money. It was even more impossible to hire a spaceship. Thus, at this moment, Lu Feng felt extremely awkward and helpless. However, just as Lu Feng was feeling anxious, a soft voice was transmitted over. Let him test it. As long as he can meet the standard, then give him the title of Son of Slaughter. The moment he heard this, the receptionist's expression disappeared and was replaced with a respectful expression. He bowed respectfully to Lu Feng's back and began to process the procedures for Lu Feng without even taking a test. Lu Feng finally saw who the owner of the voice was. It was a young foreign being. As a person who had entered the Tao, Lu Feng could sense at a glance that this young man was probably only a few years older than him. However, although he was only a few years older, this young man gave Lu Feng a sense of pressure. In Lu Feng's perception, this young man's strength could be considered unfathomable. He was a martialist. Furthermore, he was definitely an exceptionally terrifying martialist. When he saw Lu Feng's scrutinizing gaze, the young man smiled slightly and extended his arm. Guang Ran Tianxing, War God Race. It was a very simple introduction without any superfluous explanation. However, Lu Feng felt an oppressive will from this young man. He knew that this was definitely a genius of the War God Race. The War God Race was one of the 3 peak races of the Federation. It was one of the peak overlords among the billions of races in the endless universe. Lu Feng also extended his arm and gently touched Guang Ran Tianxing. This was a common etiquette used by all races in the universe when they met. Lu Feng naturally knew about it after hearing Dao Songtian's explanation. Lu Feng, human race. Lu Feng didn't hide anything as he revealed his name. Although Dao Songtian had once told Lu Feng not to reveal his information to strangers, Lu Feng knew that Dao Songtian was the one who had told him not to reveal his information to strangers. However, it was just a name, so there wasn't much a problem. After all, Lu Feng wasn't famous in the Federation at all. Even if they knew his name, they definitely wouldn't be able to find any useful information. Just as Lu Feng had expected, Guang Ran Tianxing was slightly stunned when he heard this name. However, he quickly regained his composure. He stared quietly at Lu Feng as the astonishment in his eyes intensified. He was a prodigy of the War God Race and a terrifying demonic existence. Naturally, he had descended to the Massacre Abyss for the sake of the Massacre Emperor. After all, the Massacre Emperor that came out of the Massacre Abyss was a title recognized by all races. With such a title, he could enjoy the treatment of a young paragon in any race. Furthermore, the path to becoming the Massacre Emperor was also the path of a true powerhouse. He had stayed there for 5 years and finally completed everything. He had just wanted to take a look at the path he had taken before. However, he hadn't expected that he would encounter something he had never encountered before on the Massacre Star. This was a Grade 2 life planet. Anyone who came here to enter the Massacre Star was a son of Massacre. This had never been an exception. However, this time, he had encountered someone who wasn't a son of Massacre, yet wanted to participate in a Massacre battle. This shouldn't have been a big deal. Normally, such a situation would just be an existence who wanted to become famous and didn't care about his life, or a genius who didn't know anything. However, when he casually glanced at Lu Feng, everything changed. Lu Feng was only a high-level warrior. Although he had already reached the peak of the high-level warrior realm, this was nothing to Guang Ran Tianxing. After all, he was already a peak upheaval warrior now. Such an existence could casually kill hundreds of millions of people. However, the feeling that Lu Feng gave him was different from that of the high-level warrior son of Massacre. It was completely different. Guang Ran Tianxing could sense a boundless air of nobility emanating from this small, frail figure. However, this noble aura, which should have been proud of the world, made him feel close to it. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up for Lu Feng. The Emperor of Slaughter, who had become a warrior in the upheaval period, was notified on every planet. Naturally, the receptionist knew about it as well. However, a son of Massacre was really nothing. Therefore, he went to handle the formalities for Lu Feng directly. At this moment, when he really faced Lu Feng, Guang Ran Tianxing felt even more different. His previous senses were strengthened once again and became even more intense. It even made him feel a little suppressed. This was undoubtedly inconceivable. Guang Ran Tianxing's status was extremely high. Even among the Battle God tribe, he was an indescribably noble existence. He was a natural-born aristocrat and also had the bloodline of the Divine King. He had once thought that there might be an existence in the entire universe that could be on par with him, but there was definitely no one who could suppress him. However, when he faced Lu Feng, this feeling completely disappeared. At this moment, He actually felt as if he was a powerful subject who was meeting a young emperor. This was really inconceivable. After taking a deep breath and dispersing this feeling, Guang Ran Tianxing smiled faintly. He opened his mouth and said, "Lu Feng of the human race. Lu Feng, are you also here to participate in the Massacre Sky competition?" Lu Feng nodded his head gently. The geniuses who came here were basically here to participate in the battle. Very few of them were here to watch. Yes, I was brought here by my elders. However, my elders left in order to make me independent. This is my first time here, so I didn't know there were so many rules. I have to thank you for just now. When he heard Lu Feng's thanks, Guang Ran Tianxing shook his head gently and said, "No need to thank me. I think that without my help, you would have only spent a little more time at most. After all, this kind of assessment shouldn't be challenging for you at all." Although he didn't know Lu Feng's exact strength, Guang Ran Tianxing could sense the immense power contained within Lu Feng's body. This wasn't something he could see, but something he could sense through an indescribable feeling. He was certain that Lu Feng's strength was far beyond that of a peak high-level warrior. Furthermore, Lu Feng's noble will made him even more convinced that Lu Feng wasn't simple. In Guang Ran Tianxing's opinion, Lu Feng was at least a Federation-level genius, according to the human race's classification of geniuses. It was even very likely that he was a super genius or a peerless genius of the Federation level. Such an existence was simply too easy for the son of Massacre's assessment. Lu Feng didn't have any strange expression towards Guang Ran Tianxing's affirmation. He just smiled gently and said, "Regardless, I'm still very grateful." This statement was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of Guang Ran Tianxing's words. This time, Guang Ran Tianxing didn't say anything courteous. Instead, he pointed to the huge building and said, "Since you've already obtained the title of Son of Massacre, go ahead and give it a try." Lu Feng nodded his head gently and said a few more polite words. After obtaining proof from the receptionist, he walked straight in. Seeing Lu Feng's departing figure, Guang Ran Tianxing didn't leave. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before going to the receptionist and asking, "What's that youth's serial number?" Seeing that it was Guang Ran Tianxing, the new king of Massacre, who was asking, the receptionist hurriedly checked and told Guang Ran Tianxing Lu Feng's serial number. After obtaining Lu Feng's serial number, Guang Ran Tianxing walked straight to the viewing area. Chapter 184. The Land of the Abyss was an arena, which Lu Feng knew. However, in his mind, the Land of the Abyss should be a huge square. But when he got closer, Lu Feng realized that his idea was too simple. There was a square, but it did not seem to be open. The places where the Sons of Slaughter fought were some special rooms. Here, there were jail-like private rooms crisscrossing each other. In these sturdy rooms, there was a constant muffled sound, as if there were countless collisions. Lu Feng knew that there were probably countless battles in here. Actually, I took it for granted. It is not difficult to become a Son of Slaughter. Therefore, the number of Sons of Slaughter on a second-class life planet is definitely a terrifying number. Even if there are many Land of Slaughter here, on average, I'm afraid the number of Sons of Slaughter in a Land of Slaughter is quite terrifying. In this case, if I use those squares to fight, I'm afraid it will not be enough even if I don't stop all the time. Moreover, the battle between ordinary Sons of Slaughter is just like that. It is not worth using such a large venue for everyone to watch. With a slight smile, Lu Feng took out the certificate about him and opened it. The number of the Abyss, 1847 star 189 9637, was clearly written on it. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng took a deep breath. At a glance, he understood the meaning of the above. The 1847 star should refer to the number of the second-class life planet he was now on in the second-class Slaughter star, and the 189 9637 behind it represented that he was the number of the Son of Slaughter on this life planet. Before me, there were 189 9636 people. There are so many Sons of Slaughter on a planet. It is hard to imagine how amazing the number of sons of slaughter on these planets would be. Although the sons of slaughter are nothing to me, such existences are geniuses in a galaxy, and they can be famous in a part of the starry sky. And here, there are so many of them. Sure enough, the number of geniuses in the universe is really terrifying. At this time, the door of a room opened. Then a figure walked out. Seeing that person, Lu Feng smiled. Because this was indeed a person. He was an existence of a human race. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the man. Lu Feng could sense that this person was a martial artist. His body was filled with the stench of blood. Needless to say, Lu Feng also knew what had happened just now. However, even so, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Back in the Nine Lives fantasy realm, Lu Feng had a powerful army and slaughtered ferociously. The number of existences that had died at his hands could be counted in the billions. Although it was an illusion, Lu Feng felt as if he had really experienced it. Looking at the warrior who walked past him, Lu Feng directly reached out to stop him. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out. That person looked at Lu Feng and faintly clenched his hands slightly, as if he was going to make a move in the next moment and completely obliterate Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was still the same as before in the face of the son of slaughter's actions. He looked at him with a smile, showing no signs of fear or abnormality. What are you going to do? Although Lu Feng didn't make a move, the son of slaughter still felt an unprecedented dangerous aura from Lu Feng's body. This was a special feeling that he had just forged from endless slaughter. Therefore, before Lu Feng spoke, he spoke first. Lu Feng smiled faintly and asked all the questions that had been bothering him. When the son of slaughter saw that Lu Feng was only asking some questions, he naturally felt relieved. In addition, he was also a human, so he didn't hide anything and told Lu Feng everything. At this time, Lu Feng realized that there were so many things involved in this matter. The place where he came in now was the warrior area. There were tens of thousands of similar small arenas in the entire land of massacre. Among them, there were many areas for the sons of slaughter of different realms to fight. In the competition for the son of slaughter, the lowest threshold is the advanced warrior, followed by the evolution period warrior, upheaval period warrior, and perfect period warrior. Experts of different levels have to fight in different areas. And to become the Heaven of Massacre, you need to fight at least 10 rounds before you can apply for the Heaven of Massacre battle. This is really a bit troublesome. For Lu Feng, this was indeed a bit troublesome. After all, the Heaven of Massacre or the Battle of the God of Massacre was of no help to him at all. Perhaps only the confrontation with the Emperor of Massacre could make him have the impulse to fight with all his strength. Other competitions couldn't make Lu Feng have the impulse to fight at all. Under my full strength, my complete outburst is enough to fight against the strongest state of Tu Tianxin. Back then, when Tu Tianxin appeared in the illusion, he did not have any trump cards to speak of. But even so, he was at least the existence of the Emperor of Massacre. Once I use my last trump card, then I can completely suppress the advanced warrior level Tu Tianxin. Lu Feng's biggest trump card was the strange power produced in the God's Plane. This kind of power was equivalent to combining his psychic and warrior powers into one, and he had an extremely terrifying and incredible power. At that time, he could definitely suppress Tu Tianxin, who didn't use any trump cards in the same realm. However, this kind of strength is still not enough. If I want to become the King of Massacre, then it's still not enough with just these. Unless my comprehension of martial arts can enter the realm level. Then, by relying on the outburst of all my trump cards, I will be qualified to become the King of Massacre. So, in these battles, let me try to break through. While Lu Feng was thinking, he had already arrived at the black area. The black area belonged to the advanced warrior, and the red area was the evolution stage warrior. The purple area was the upheaval stage warrior. As for the most powerful perfect stage warrior, it was a pale color. Looking at the densely packed rooms, Lu Feng's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. Soon, he put down all his emotions and Lu Feng walked directly to a room. The number 9 to 10 was clearly displayed on the top of the room. From a human son of massacre, Lu Feng already knew what this meant. The number 10 in front represented the number of people that this massacre land could accommodate. And the number 9 behind, it was the number of people in the room. In a massacre land, it wasn't completely a one-on-one battle. In most cases, it was a chaotic battle. Only by successfully landing in the center of the massacre land could one face the opponent one by one. After opening the door that was filled with countless secrets, Lu Feng walked straight in. The moment he entered the door, a powerful killing intent whizzed over, almost drowning Lu Feng. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng looked at the 9 figures in the room with a playful smile on his face. The 9 figures in the room obviously didn't belong to the human race. However, this wasn't the reason why Lu Feng was acting strangely. The reason why he showed such an expression was because of the expressions of these 9 people at the moment. At this moment, they were all looking at Lu Feng with bloodthirsty eyes, as if they had reached an agreement before Lu Feng came in. Lu Feng wasn't surprised by this situation. After all, this was a massacre land. There was no reason to speak of here. There seemed to be nothing wrong with cooperating with each other to erase a person at the smallest cost. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong person. Looking at these people, Lu Feng didn't even have the desire to speak. He directly went to kill the nearest advanced warrior of the foreign race. One punch, just one punch. This was Lu Feng's punch after fusing with the 9-fold destructive enhancement of quality. Power was very powerful. With his perfect 6-fold physical body, it was not something that ordinary people could resist. The 9 people in the room were all sons of slaughter. There was no problem with this. In the eyes of others, the sons of slaughter might be very terrifying experts, but in the eyes of Lu Feng, they were just SOSO. This punch made the 9 people in the room pale. At this moment, they finally understood that they had failed this time. And if they failed, it meant that they were dead. Coming out of the room, Lu Feng still looked spotless. Looking around the room, Lu Feng smiled slightly and walked over again. If I could easily suppress 10 people, I would be able to advance. Now, there are 9 of them in one battle. I only need 1 more. It's a pity that I still couldn't kill them. The illusory realms of the 9 lives allowed Lu Feng to understand too many things. This universe was a world where the strong were respected. And in this massacre abyss, it was a world where killing was rampant. Here, if you didn't kill, you would be killed. There was no other situation. Therefore, when Lu Feng attacked, there was no mercy at all. After all, these opponents of his must have stained their hands with countless blood. Unfortunately, in the end, Lu Feng didn't kill them. With 1 punch, he suppressed them all. Although he was seriously injured and dying, he didn't kill these people. Lu Feng understood that he was still a little too merciful. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Lu Feng finally decided not to think about this anymore. Turning around, he came to another empty room. Looking at the 4 to 3 room, Lu Feng showed a bright smile and walked in directly. Oh, he's really a genius. That blow just now has evolved quality to the extreme. It's almost touching realm. No matter what his aptitude is, his comprehension has definitely reached a terrifying level. Even among the gods of massacre, he's probably at the peak. Chapter 185. The emperors of the younger generation, the young supremes who could be titled as the Emperor of Massacre, had all comprehended the realm in the advanced warrior realm. This was universally acknowledged. However, Lu Feng had almost touched the realm, which made Guang Ran Tianxing more and more interested in Lu Feng. I just don't know if this is the descendant of the divine king of the human clan. Among the 7 young supremes of the human clan, except for the demon emperor, I have come into contact with all of them. Among them, except for Emperor Luo and Emperor Rong, the other 4 young supremes seem to be on par with this young man in terms of comprehension. Guang Ran Tianxing gradually fell into deep thought. Just now, he had used a certain amount of energy to investigate Lu Feng's background. Unfortunately, this person was too blank, and there was no information about him coming to the massacre abyss. Sigh. Forget it. Let's just wait and see. I have a hunch that this young man will most likely become one of my opponents in the future. On the other side, Lu Feng had already entered the 4-3 room. The situation was the same as before. After entering, Lu Feng did not speak any nonsense, and just like before, he directly blew up 2 people with a simple punch. However, what surprised him was that there was still one person standing, trembling. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng nodded lightly. He knew that among the Sons of Massacre, there were also stronger ones. After all, even the King of Massacre, who had the potential of the Divine King, had walked step by step from the Sons of Massacre. Looking at that stubborn and unyielding face, Lu Feng knew that he must have a lot of stories. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not a saint, and he was only an advanced warrior now. In front of those geniuses who had really matured, he was just an ant. Therefore, he needed more time to cultivate, and naturally did not have so much free time and energy to care about other things. He waved his arm again, but did not use as much power as before. He only knocked out the last stubborn son of Massacre. After doing all this, Lu Feng walked out of the room. This time, he did not enter any of the venues. Instead, he walked straight to the counter. According to the Son of Slaughter of the human clan, as long as he defeated or killed 10 people, he could go to the counter to apply for the title of Heaven of Slaughter. Of course, there were many Sons of Slaughter who were qualified to apply for the title of Slaughter Sky, but only a few dared to apply. After all, the 5 days of the formula assessment wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Soon, Lu Fenlai arrived at the counter. The receptionist was still the same person from before. This time, when he saw Lu Feng, his expression was different from before. After all, Lu Feng was someone who Guang Ran Tianxing, the newly crowned Emperor of Slaughter, personally helped. "Sir, is there anything else?" He spoke respectfully and even flatteringly. Lu Feng did not have the slightest bit of abnormality. He said, "I'm here to apply for the Sky of Massacre. Please help me with it." In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked in Lu Feng's direction with a slightly dazed expression. In the entire hall, there were about 5,000 spectators and slaughterers. They were not weak themselves, so their hearing was naturally strong. In addition, Lu Feng did not deliberately conceal his words at all, so these people all heard him. The receptionist looked at Lu Feng in a daze and did not move for a long time. He had been a receptionist here for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, he had received countless Sons of Slaughter. However, until now, he had never applied for the Sky of Massacre once. Finally, Lu Feng was a little impatient. He said, "Why? Can't I apply for it here?" Hearing this, the receptionist finally reacted. He hurriedly said yes, and directly began to process the procedures for Lu Feng. Standing quietly in the hall, Lu Feng could clearly feel the strange gazes of the thousands of people around him. However, he was not uncomfortable with this at all. Soon, the receptionist handed Lu Feng a crystal card and said, "Honorable Son of Slaughter, please enter your information here. Then we will arrange for you to take the assessment as soon as possible." Lu Feng nodded slightly. He knew that this crystal card should be a product of technology. Following the receptionist's instructions, Lu Feng directly began to fill in the information. The questions were very detailed, but Lu Feng filled in rather crudely. Many places were skipped over, although it was not to the extent of filling in some fake information. Just based on this information alone, it was impossible to tell anything. After filling in the information, he handed the crystal card to the receptionist. The receptionist took the crystal card and swiped it on a complicated instrument, and it was done. Just as Lu Feng was about to ask when the assessment could begin, a loud voice suddenly sounded throughout the hall. "Number 189-9637, Lu Feng, the Son of Slaughter, passed the qualification verification of Advanced Warrior of the Sky of Slaughter. The assessment will officially begin at noon tomorrow. Number 189-9637, Lu Feng, the Son of Slaughter, passed the qualification verification of Advanced Warrior of the Sky of Slaughter. The assessment will officially begin at noon tomorrow." The voice repeated over and over again. Lu Feng could feel that this figure resounded throughout the entire planet. Slightly stunned, Lu Feng stood in place, but he did not show any fear. Interesting, this is interesting. Announcing to the entire planet and letting everyone know, this way the challenge will be interesting. With an inexplicable smile on his lips, Lu Feng walked directly out of the door. Along the way, until he walked out of the door, countless sons of slaughter and spectators were discussing Lu Feng. However, none of these people knew of Lu Feng's existence. Lu Feng, what's his race? What's his identity? Why is every announcement like this? Not even a little bit of content is revealed. Lu Feng? There doesn't seem to be such a person on our planet of slaughter. I just don't know what gives him the confidence to directly challenge the title of Sky of Slaughter. In the past 100 years, 3 massacring heavens have appeared on our massacre star. There are also 20 people who have challenged the Sky of Slaughter. I just don't know if this Lu Feng can become the 4th Sky of Slaughter. He won't become the Sky of Slaughter. With me, Alex, here tomorrow noon, he will definitely die in the land of slaughter. Voices continued to ring out, but Lu Feng did not care about these at all. Indeed, the level of the Sky of Slaughter was actually between the peerless geniuses of the Human Federation and the geniuses of the Federation. However, due to this challenge period, it was quite difficult to obtain the title of Sky of Slaughter. Generally speaking, the title of Sky of Slaughter was a level higher than that of the super geniuses of the Federation. Without absolute strength, no one dared to challenge it. However, Lu Feng's current level had already surpassed the level of the peerless geniuses of the Federation. He was an evildoer, and he was even an evildoer with enough power. Lu Feng's goal had always been to become the King of Slaughter, or even the ultimate title, the King of Slaughter. Therefore, Lu Feng simply ignored the discussions of these sons of slaughter. Coming out of the main entrance of the land of slaughter, there was still nearly a day before the challenge at noon of the second day. During this time, Lu Feng did not intend to cultivate anymore. Since he had already come to this foreign land, Lu Feng naturally wanted to take a good look around. In the past, I would usually go to the surrounding planets with my parents. At most, I would take a stroll around the star system. Some time ago, I even went to the capital administrative planet and the Lu family's ancestral planet. However, these were all in the Human Territory Federation. Now that I have this opportunity, I can't waste it. The Great Yin Galaxy was already a galaxy at the periphery of the Milky Way, although it was far from being as vast and rich as the Milky Way galaxy. However, due to the massacre abyss, people from the billions of races in the universe gathered here. Basically, many races that could only be seen on the heavenly network could be seen here. Since there was no universal currency, Lu Feng did not buy anything. Naturally, he could not even find a place to stay. Fortunately, he was a warrior. It was fine if he did not rest for a day. In the massacre abyss, there was basically no difference between day and night. Therefore, Lu Feng was not lonely on this day. When noon arrived the next day, Lu Feng had already returned to the reception hall of the massacre abyss. When he saw Lu Feng walk in, the receptionist who had received Lu Feng before walked over respectfully. Previously, he was in awe of Lu Feng only because of Guang Ran Tianxing. After all, the existence of the Emperor of Massacre was much more powerful than a mere receptionist. However, it was different this time. This receptionist was in awe of Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart. Yesterday, after processing the identity certificate for Lu Feng as the son of Massacre, Lu Feng only went out for a short while and returned after completing the goal of killing 10 people. In addition, he had directly challenged the Massacre Sky. Such a person was probably a true expert. The strong were respected no matter where they went. Honorable son of slaughter, please follow me. The announcement will begin in a while. You should go to the place and prepare first. After saying this, he directly bowed his head respectfully and led the way inside. Many people in the hall who heard the receptionist's words revealed strange looks. They did not expect that the son of Massacre, who was going to challenge the Massacre Sky today, was actually this young human in front of them. Looking at Lu Feng's departing figure, one of the alien race beings suddenly spoke up. You are Lu Feng? Enjoy the last moments of your life. This time, I will show you that this is not your human federation. If you want to obtain the title of Massacre Sky, you are far from enough. Chapter 186. Hearing this, many people turned to look at the person who spoke. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations in the hall. It's Lice, the son of Massacre. I didn't expect him to make a move too. Rumor has it that Lice, the son of Massacre, is one of the people most likely to get the title of Massacre Sky in the Advanced Warrior area. I'm afraid that Lu Feng challenged the Massacre Sky before him, which made the son of Massacre from the fire-blazing clan feel indignant. However, those who dare to challenge the title of Massacre Sky are either idiots or have absolute confidence. I just don't know which one this human Lu Feng is. The discussion behind him did not attract Lu Feng's attention. Lu Feng also heard the words of the son of Massacre, called Lice. However, none of this stirred Lu Feng in the slightest. To him, no matter what race the son of Massacre was, it would not make him care at all. After all, they were not on the same level at all. Following the receptionist, Lu Feng finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Time passed quickly, and it was time for the competition. At this moment, the Massacre field, which was like a gladiator arena, had opened. The surrounding stands were also open. It was different from the previous battles, which were watched separately in their respective viewing rooms. The challenge of the Massacre Sky could be said to be the golden age of the land of Massacre. Only such a battle would open up the largest land of Massacre. At this moment, many people had already gathered in the stands. Most of them were sons of Massacre, and these sons of Massacre were not all from this Massacre star. They came from different Massacre stars, and because of Lu Feng, they were all gathered here at this moment. In the best and most honorable VIP room, there were 3 people sitting quietly on luxurious chairs. In front of them was the huge Massacre field. I say, Tianxing, you let us come here just to watch the Massacre Sky assessment? And this is even at the Advanced Warrior level? I say, did your taste drop after becoming the Queen of Massacre? What's so interesting about this kind of battle? It's just a bunch of ants tearing at each other. The person who spoke was a towering and ferocious expert. He was a demon-level genius of the outsiders. He had 3 arms and 3 legs, and a gigantic tail constantly swam back and forth. It was as though he was prepared to attack at any moment to deal a killing blow to his opponent. The Tianxing he spoke of was the War God clan's peerless monster, the newly ascended Emperor of Massacre, Guang Ran Tianxing. As the Emperor of Massacre, a young supreme who could be given the title of emperor in any race in the universe, Guang Ran Tianxing was naturally very proud and honorable. And to be able to speak to him so rudely, he must be in existence of the same level. Therefore, the other 2 were the emperors of slaughter. Furthermore, he was a young sovereign who had already become the Emperor of Slaughter before Guang Ran Tianxing. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor of Massacre, Guang Ran Tianxing merely smiled and waved his hand gently. Damon, don't underestimate the main character this time around. Perhaps his current level is very low, but it won't be long before he catches up to us. Although he may not be able to become the Emperor of Massacre, he can definitely be considered a young supreme of his own race. Anyway, you all have nothing to do, so it's not a big deal to observe the existence of a potential opponent. Hearing this, Damon was slightly taken aback, but did not say anything else. However, his eyes were filled with a playful look. At this moment, the last Emperor of Massacre spoke. Tianxing, you're saying that this human genius has the potential to become the God of Massacre? Or even the pinnacle existence of the God of Massacre? Is this possible? Other than the mysterious demon emperor whose whereabouts are unknown, we know all of the young supreme of the human race. It seems that other than the Holy Emperor, there's no one with the surname Lu, and the Holy Emperor's name is also Lu Luo. Could it be that he's the mysterious demon emperor? But that can't be right. The demon emperor should be at the same level as us. Moreover, he's probably already in the demigod realm. He can't possibly be this high-level warrior in front of us. Within our race, we all know about the new geniuses of the human race. At this age, there shouldn't be any new supreme of the human race. Guangran Tianxing fell silent as he looked at the gloomy darkness beside him that was filled with an endless aura of death. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "Dust, I don't know about this either. The Underworld tribe has a great enmity with the human race, so the information is very detailed. The War Gods tribe has a good relationship with the human race, so the information we have is also much more detailed than the other tribes. It's not just you. Even I can't find out where this Lu Feng came from. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. However, I can guarantee that as long as he's given time, the god of massacre will be nothing. You should know that the last level of the demigod realm is very difficult. As long as we don't break through quickly, he'll definitely catch up. When that happens, it's very likely that he'll become our opponent." The Underworld tribe. This Emperor of Massacre was actually the young supreme of the Underworld tribe. The enmity between the Underworld tribe and the human race could be said to be extremely deep. The direct reason for the fall of the last divine king of the human race, the Divine King, was because of the great battle with the ancestor of the Underworld tribe, the Underworld King. Because of this, the Underworld King was also severely injured and eventually fell into an endless dormant state. In addition, in the past 1,000 years, the Underworld tribe and the human race had the highest possibility of becoming new supreme of the universe, young Underworld King and Heavenly God Jialan, and they had both fallen in the hands of the other. It could be said that among the pinnacle overlords of the universe, the Underworld tribe had the sharpest conflict with the human race. After hearing Guangran Tianxing's words, Dust stopped talking and hid in the endless darkness again. At this moment, the few people in the luxurious private room were all silent. Their attention was already focused on the challenge that was about to begin. This is the son of massacre of the human race, Lu Feng, who is going to take the test of the heaven of massacre. If you want to challenge the son of massacre, please register backstage and enter one by one. Just as Lu Feng appeared and stood in the center of the square, a voice suddenly sounded and spread throughout the square. The speech was very simple. Because this was the battle of massacre, there are no complicated things. All he needed to do was give him an introduction. As the voice fell, Lu Feng saw that around the square, many sons of massacre were rushing toward the registration area at the back. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng did not have any expression of fear. On the contrary, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Son of massacre, although they're just so, they're almost at the Federation level of geniuses. If I take them as my opponents, this time, I should be able to make a breakthrough in my comprehension of martial arts. In Lu Feng's eyes, these people were just so. Previously, after fighting with two heaven god for more than a month, Lu Feng's experience was very rich and could not be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, even if they were geniuses at the Federation level, in his eyes, they were just slightly stronger ants. After all, among the sons of massacre, it was basically impossible for them to enter the realm of martial arts. In this case, with his comprehension of quality, which was up to a 9-fold increase, he could completely crush these people. However, although he could look down on these existences, Lu Feng still wanted to make use of the trash and rely on them to continue to improve his comprehension, so that he could directly comprehend the existence of the realm. This was Lu Feng's final thought. Soon, the first battle began. The one who walked into the center of the square was also a son of massacre from a foreign race. He stood there quietly, but the feeling he gave off was extremely terrifying and made people tremble. Lu Feng nodded gently. This existence was indeed a genius on the level of the Federation. Moreover, after experiencing many massacres, his combat strength had reached a level that those geniuses at the Federation level could not possess. I, Diola, the son of massacre from the Metal Origin clan, challenge you. After announcing his identity, Diola stopped talking and quietly waited for the battle to begin. Lu Feng, on the other hand, merely nodded his head gently. Finally, with the sound of the start of the battle, the first battle of Liu Feng's 5-day battle began. The Metal Origin clan was a first-class race. Although it was far from being comparable to a top Overlord race like the human race, it was still considered powerful. As a peerless genius of the Metal Origin clan, Diola was naturally extremely powerful. Among the Sons of Massacre, he belonged to the top ranks. Although he was not yet qualified to become the Sky of Massacre, he was almost qualified to challenge others. The moment the battle began, he directly used all his cultivation techniques and launched his most powerful attack. Feeling the power contained in this attack, Liu Feng nodded gently. Similarly, he used the power of his physical body to attack. One of the outstanding characteristics of the Metal Origin clan was their powerful physical body. Although it could not be compared to the Nether race and other races with terrifying battle constitutions, it was still much stronger than the human race, which was fragile. However, facing the Metal Origin clan, which was famous for its physical body, Liu Feng did not use any cultivation techniques. He directly used his most powerful strength to attack. This caused a lot of people to reveal a playful smile. However, in the next moment, the expressions on the faces of many people who were watching the show froze. The image of one party flying backward appeared in their minds. However, the one who flew backward was not Liu Feng. As they had expected, Diola's body fell heavily on a platform in the distance. After struggling for a while, he realized that all his efforts were in vain. As he watched Liu Feng walk over quietly, a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. One strike, just one strike, and he was completely defeated. At that moment, Diola finally understood how powerful Liu Feng was. He understood that Liu Feng and he were not at the same level at all. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Chapter 187. He sighed softly. This was for Diola and also for himself. At this moment, Liu Feng stood in place like an emperor, quietly looking down at the son of slaughter, whose name had shaken many stars of slaughter. However, he no longer had any desire to fight. If this was the case, he would not be able to make a breakthrough and successfully comprehend the realm. If this was the case, then what was the point of fighting? After pondering for a while, a thought suddenly appeared in Liu Feng's mind. At this moment, a dazzling brilliance appeared in his eyes. If that's the case, then so be it. He gently waved his arm and knocked Diola out completely. He returned to the center of the battlefield. In the VIP room, there was a slight change in the eyes of the three people. They looked at each other and saw the caution in each other's eyes. Demeng sighed softly and said, "Tianxing, you are right. This Liu Feng does indeed have the qualifications to threaten us in the future. His comprehension of quality has already reached the pinnacle. It seems that he is only one step away from the realm. An advanced warrior has comprehended the quality to the peak of 9 times. This is indeed the peak comprehension of the god of slaughter. An advanced warrior who had comprehended the quality, as long as his cultivation method was not too trashy and his physical body was not too bad, then he would definitely be in existence at the level of the god of slaughter. Once he comprehended the realm in the advanced warrior realm, then he would be a terrifying quasi-emperor. Although these comprehensions will not play a big role in a battle between peak evildoers. However, when used on those with low strength, those ordinary geniuses, such comprehensions will crush them. The quality amplification was 9 times, which meant that the destructive power was 9 times stronger. However, the realm amplification limit was 99 times. In other words, when using the realm, a genius who comprehended the realm to the extreme could exert the destructive power of 99 stars from the power of 1 star. However, this was only in terms of destructive power. It only amplified the destructive power. It did not amplify the power itself. In the battle, in the confrontation between the monsters, everything was no longer like this. If he faced a martial artist who had not comprehended quality, then the martial artist who had comprehended quality would be able to unleash 9 times the power. However, If two venerables both comprehended quality, then the amplification between them would be doubled. After all, once one comprehended substance, it could be said that one had understood the true essence of the martial Tao. One had already stepped onto the path of the martial Tao. They were all existences that had stepped onto the martial path. Although there was a difference in comprehension, they were all existences that were recognized by the origin and were protected by the origin of martial arts. Therefore, at that time, the degree of amplification was reduced. Comprehending realm means that he has already walked out of the starting point of martial arts. In this way, when he faced a martial artist who had comprehended substance, his amplification would be doubled. Although it's only a twofold increase, in a battle between experts, this twofold increase is already a terrifying number. As perfect stage sons of slaughter, we have only comprehended force. When facing those geniuses who have not comprehended substance, we can easily unleash 10,000 times the destructive power. However, when facing this Lu Feng, the amplification is at most 5 times. Once he comprehended realm, the amplification would be reduced to 4 times. Hearing Demeng's sigh, Guang Ran Tianxing smiled slightly. He said, "That metal origin clan son of slaughter is not bad. Among the sons of slaughter, he should be in the top ranks. It's a pity that he encountered an existence that is very likely to be called the god of slaughter. His own cultivation method amplifies his power by 7 times, and his physical body has reached 3 times. This amplification is almost 21 times. It's a very terrifying level. However, his opponent is even more frightening. Comprehending substance to the peak is a 9-fold amplification. His physical body seems to have reached 4 times, which is a level that belongs to the bloodline of the Divine King. His amplification is 36 times, and Lu Feng's combat experience and willpower are far superior to his opponent's. Therefore, his actual combat power was probably at least 50 times stronger than his current combat power. If this metal origin clan genius can comprehend substance, then the 9-fold amplification will disappear. At that time, Lu Feng's advantage will disappear. If he wants to win, I'm afraid he will have to use his cultivation method. The gap is really too big. If Lu Feng uses his cultivation method, he can easily break through the 300-fold amplification. At that time, there was no son of slaughter who could fight with him. This assessment is considered to be over. The spectators' stand was solemn. All the spectators were dumbfounded. Although they could not see through everything like Guang Ran Tianxing, these people could also understand Lu Feng's combat power. Many people had heard of Guardiola's reputation. However, such a powerhouse was no match for Lu Feng's casual attack. Many of the spectators could not believe it. Slowly, the voice rang out again. The battle is over. Lu Feng wins. Next opponent, please come on stage. Many of the spectators had lost interest in the following battles. Even a powerhouse like Diola was no match for Lu Feng. They did not believe that there would be anyone who could stop his advancement. Maybe we can rely on the sea of people to wear down his strength or drag it out until he is exhausted. Only then will we have a chance to stop him. This was the common thought of many people, and it was also their only thought. However, just as everyone was thinking this, a voice rang out. It was not loud, but it caused everyone to be stunned once again. No need to trouble yourself. How many people have registered up until now? Let them all come on stage. Let them all come on stage. The spectators' stand was solemn again. No one spoke. No one dared to believe what they had just heard. They all stared blankly at the silent figure in the middle of the arena. Slowly, the sound of countless people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Then, many curses could be heard. However, Lu Feng turned a blind eye to these. In the void, the voice rang out again. It spread clearly to every corner. According to the examinee's request, there are currently 177 registered people. Then, let them all come on stage. At this moment, the curses stopped, because they understood that the real battle was about to begin. 137 figures. Any one of them was a peak advanced warrior. Among them, Many of them were even sons of Massacre, who had surpassed Iola. Their amplification had reached more than 50 times. In addition to these, the weakest one had an amplification of more than 15 times. It could be said that such a lineup was enough to easily crush a warrior at the Heaven of Massacre level. Surnamed Lu, he should have the bloodline of the Divine King. However, it seems that among humans, only the Supreme Invincible King has the surname Lu. However, Lu Feng shouldn't be a descendant of that family. After all, if he had the bloodline of that family, he shouldn't have appeared like this. Moreover, we didn't get the bloodline of that family and the appearance of a divine descendant. I didn't expect that there would be such a crazy existence among humans. I thought that humans were all rational creatures, but it seems that it's not what I thought. But this is also good. Ordinary battles can't let him enjoy himself at all. Only such a siege can rely on quantity to make up for the gap in quality. I just don't know how much strength this Lu Feng has to show to win against more than 100 Sons of Massacre. 137 Sons of Massacre stood quietly in the middle of the square. They had seen the previous battle. Although each son of Slaughter was arrogant and had incomparable confidence in themselves, they also understood that if they were to face Lu Feng one-on-one, they would simply be crushed. Perhaps only by working together would they be able to threaten this terrifying challenger and stop him from advancing forward. In the void, the sound of the start sounded. At this moment, all 137 Sons of Massacre moved. No one held back. All of them attacked with the most powerful force. This was the experience and lesson they had learned in the land of Massacre. It was summed up with blood and lives. As soon as they attacked, they had to be the strongest. They had to kill with a strong momentum. It was so mighty that the sky and the entire venue began to change color. This was the condensation of all the power of 137 Sons of Massacre. Any one of them would have the strength to dominate the entire advanced warrior realm. And those powerful ones could even fight against warriors and almost suppress the strength of warriors in the low-level evolution period. Such a combination of power would make a warrior in the upheaval period pale. Unfortunately, this was nothing to Lu Feng Lai. If you were a whole or had that kind of fusion array, I wouldn't be so presumptuous to challenge all of you this time. If you are all existences that have entered martial arts, then I'm afraid I have to show my true strength. Unfortunately, these are all ifs. You know you are not. So you can't defeat me. Waves of powerful energy were enough to change the heavens and the earth. They were almost capable of crippling a super city. However, these forces were still too scattered. There was no absolute killing blow, and such power really couldn't threaten Lu Feng. His figure flashed, and he directly came to the side of a Son of Massacre. One punch. It was another simple punch. He still didn't use any cultivation method. Even Lu Feng began to give up the power of his physical body. Chapter 188. This punch only sent the Son of Slaughter far away, but did not make him lose any power. At this moment, the vast and mighty power had already arrived. The coverage was so vast that Lu Feng almost lost any space to dodge. But just when everyone thought that the blow just now was Lu Feng's last crazy moment, Lu Feng's figure disappeared again. It's the use of movement. So skilled. The sudden disappearance of the punch just now, and this movement almost used movement and speed to the limit. This is really a genius, a monster. I just don't know if his physical body and cultivation method are also as abnormal. Movement was used to the extreme by Lu Feng. His figure kept turning blurry, and he kept appearing beside the Sons of Slaughter. Powerful attacks kept coming out, and the Sons of Slaughter were sent flying. If it was before, without using any cultivation method, Lu Feng only relied on the existence of substance and the strength of his physical body. One punch was enough to send any Son of Slaughter flying and make them directly lose their fighting power. But in order to comprehend Realm, he gave up everything and relied solely on the comprehension of various substances to fight against his opponents. There was no doubt that this was extremely crazy and dangerous. But Lu Feng understood that if he was not crazy, then this breakthrough would not be carried out according to his plan. Gradually, Lu Feng's speed had reached an extreme. But just as everyone was trying their best to increase their speed, Lu Feng was incomparably slow. In front of countless sons of slaughter who had reached the limit of speed, losing any speed was undoubtedly stupid. But no one knew why. Lu Feng's speed had slowed down to the limit, but no son of slaughter could touch Lu Feng. Slow. This is the third substance that he used. In addition to the silence that he showed in the first battle, this Lu Feng has shown 4 substances. How'd he do it? He's just a high-level warrior, but he actually comprehended 4 substances. Damon looked at Lu Feng, who was constantly moving in the field and using various substances to the point that it could be called luxurious, and finally showed a hint of surprise. Comprehending multiple substances was nothing. For those who had comprehended to a high level of martial arts, substances were something that could be easily grasped. But Lu Feng's current level was only a high-level warrior, and the limit of his comprehension was substance. This was completely illogical. It was hard to believe. Even if he wants to comprehend 10 substances, it's possible. Could it be that Lu Feng is still a high-level warrior because he spent all his time comprehending substances? If that's the case, then he's really stupid. Although all this was enough to shock a race, the 3 people in the VIP room were all kings of slaughter. In their respective races, they were all top young paragons. Perhaps they were a little surprised, but it was far from the level of horror. The 7th substance. What kind of trump card was this young man hiding? Terrifying, terrifying. Tianxing, it seems that you're right. It's not that he might have the strength to threaten us, but that he really does. As long as we're unable to break through at the peak of the demigod realm, then it's only a matter of time before we clash with him. Dust looked at Guang Ran Tianxing. When Lu Feng displayed the 7th substance, he finally showed a hint of shock. Hearing this, Guang Ran Tianxing fell silent, because even he didn't know that Lu Feng was actually so abnormal. If it wasn't for wasting so much time comprehending these substances, I'm afraid that Lu Feng would have already broken through. He should have already comprehended the realm. If his fleshly body can increase by more than 5 times, if his cultivation method is strong enough, if he has enough trump cards, then I'm afraid that he'll definitely be in existence like the king of slaughter. The high-level warrior kings of slaughter, without exception, were all existences that had comprehended the realm. But just comprehending the realm was not enough to become the king of slaughter. Bloodline, cultivation method, fleshly body, trump cards. None of these could be missing. After all, those kings of slaughter were either the inheritors of the king's bloodline, or they were naturally unique life forms with strange powers and trump cards. Only in this way could they become invincible among the younger generation and obtain the title of young supremacy. As the battle continued, the spectators at the scene no longer said anything. Those who had previously called Lu Feng stupid and overconfident had all shut their mouths at this moment. Everyone could only stare blankly at Lu Feng, who was in the middle of the field, and his crazy posture. Crazy, this was crazy. Up until now, Lu Feng still hadn't used any cultivation method, nor had he used the power of his fleshly body, and this performance was naturally seen by everyone. Even those who didn't understand the significance of all this were told by their companions. At this point, Lu Feng could no longer maintain his previous indifference. There were already a few obvious wounds on his body, but there wasn't the slightest hint of regret in his eyes. At this time, Lu Feng had already gone crazy. His combat power was crazy, but his heart was silent in an inexplicable realm. That was a kind of thorough understanding of quality. At this moment, he was no longer like before, where he needed to change in order to unleash substance. So, as long as he thought of it, everything would come to him. More than half of the 137 Sons of Slaughter had been injured by Lu Feng 5 times or more. As for the others, they had all been injured by Lu Feng to some extent. But up until now, none of the 137 Sons of Slaughter had chosen to withdraw. By now, they had all understood the gap between them and Lu Feng. But none of these people had withdrawn. Even if they had been injured to the extreme by Lu Feng, it was still the same. In their eyes, there was also a crazy look. This was the performance of their combat power, exploding after being stimulated by Lu Feng. At this moment, these sons of slaughter all understood that they were actually used by Lu Feng as the motivation for his breakthrough, as a kind of sad sparring partner. Who were they? They were all the pinnacle geniuses of their respective races. They came to this slaughter abyss and experienced countless slaughter trials, experiencing life and death. Each one of them refused to accept heaven and earth, and were all geniuses who only believe in themselves. With their state of mind, being ignored like this was simply harder to accept than killing them. Therefore, these people forgot everything. There was only Lu Feng in their eyes, this person who tarnished their glory. Kill! 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 Shocking shouts appeared. The three sons of slaughter had finally reached the limit, but they did not want to end so sadly. They wanted to use this final strength to prove the glory of their existence. The power of the limit had even broken through the previous limit by a lot. This was a supreme technique. These people actually risked the price of death to use a supreme technique on Lu Feng. If it was outside, the power of this supreme technique could definitely make a martial artist sink into oblivion. It was a pity that at this moment, they were facing Lu Feng, who had already sunk into a mysterious realm. Power was unlimited, directly causing the field to tremble. And at this moment, there were finally 3 more scratches on Lu Feng's body. However, such minor injuries were unable to affect his battle prowess at all. Gradually, Lu Feng's power became more and more intense, and the quality he displayed became more and more strange and mysterious. At first, a son of slaughter could not bear it and finally fell to the ground, unable to get up again. With the first, there was a second and a third. Finally, when Lu Feng stopped, there was no longer a son of slaughter standing in the field. There was silence in the field. Everyone looked at Lu Feng, dumbfounded. They could not believe that Lu Feng actually defeated all 137 sons of slaughter. What the hell is this? How can he be so terrifying? He didn't even use any cultivation method, but he actually knocked down all 137 sons of slaughter. Doesn't that mean that if he goes all out, he can wipe out all 137 sons of slaughter in an extremely short period of time? Terrifying. It's really terrifying. With such strength, it's easy for him to be titled as the God of Slaughter. I'm afraid that he is at least a God of Slaughter at the high-level warrior level. The God of Slaughter. That was the level of a peerless genius at the Federation level, or some monsters with weaker trump cards. With the accumulation of a peak race, there would not be many of such monsters in each generation. Almost every one of them was the most precious wealth of a race. But now, in front of them, such a monster had appeared out of nowhere and announced his existence in the most incredible way. This battle shocked the world. Everyone understood that after today's battle, Lu Feng's name would inevitably be remembered by all the sons of slaughter in the massacre abyss. This was an inextinguishable glory forged by the most powerful combat power. Standing in the middle of the field, Lu Feng felt that he was on the verge of transformation, and a happy smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and scanned the whole field. All of a sudden, he said loudly, "Who else? Who else? Who else can make me fight?" Arrogance. This was boundless arrogance, and he was provoking all the sons of slaughter. But at this moment, after seeing what happened to the 137 sons of slaughter, no one thought that Lu Feng was an idiot anymore. He really had such strength. In the sky, the voice rang out again. "Lu Feng, victory, the next challenger is ready." Everyone was silent and looked at Lu Feng. They understood that this monster from a moment ago would no longer follow the normal rules. Sure enough, the moment the voice disappeared, Lu Feng said loudly again, "Ask all the registered sons of slaughter to come up." That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.